All right, sorry about that. Audio is here. Good news. I wasn't sure if it auto streamed connected. It looked like it didn't, so I just had to restart it to be sure. But we do have audio. Let me know. Looks like you guys coming over, so good. Okay, closing the old chat, opening the new one, so that I don't miss chats. I did that the other day when we had to restart too. I had the wrong chat window open. You guys were talking to me and I didn't see any messages. I was like, sure, it's quiet. Not a lot of talking today. It's because I was looking at an old chat window. What do we get in our mailbox? What were these from? Let's open that one, I guess. So what I was saying was, yeah, I'm just gonna start off with a hot shot just to get out there and kind of like see what's going on. Turn on some directives. Because I remember they fixed some things. I just don't remember all the details. And hot shot's always a good one anyways. Right on, Wolf. Yeah. We talk about it a lot, so, you know, my thoughts were brewing. I just, you know, I know some people are excited to put their videos out, like, day one when the news comes out, but it's not always for me, because sometimes I just kind of want to think about it. You know what I mean? Like, just like, how do I really feel about this? I'm glad you like it. Yeah. I mean, the ball's sort of on the devs, in the devs court, right? Like, what can we do at this stage? I mean, we've said it over and over and over again, and why do I have these junk shotguns in here? So at this stage, I just hope they come around. Okay, let's see. We could use the hunting. I was thinking about whipping out some of these older snipers because they're still really good and they're extremely not extremely, they're extremely overlooked, but they're really good. They're just as good as any of them, you know. And they have their own little advantages. Like the hunting is a good one. The covert or the tactical M44 is also a good one. But I always like pulling out the hunting. It feels good in hand. Well, let's start with that one. But I was thinking about showcasing the White Death again because it does have an advantage. There is an advantage to the White Death and all that it brings to its table. So let's bring that one over too, just for talks, just so you guys know. Like, you don't have to use the SR1. It's a great gun, but you don't have to use it. I see your question there. Give me a second, McCullen. Let's get some of my gear over here. I need to shift over my stash. It's all bunched up. And this one's got a nice skin too, Koi Pond. But actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and start with the White Death so that we can just keep that chat going. And then I'll run the Nemesis as a backup. I just usually do. For pistol, the D50 is fine. So, question. Trying to work on the latest Tux XP farm build and having a real issue getting it rolling, even on challenging. Once going, it's great. That, I'm crap. But is there a trick to it? There is. There's the mechanics to it. The mechanics are always the same because of it's the determined Headhunter mechanic. It starts with Headhunter and then ends with determined. And so it's the activation of Headhunter, which you shouldn't be using your determined weapon to activate Headhunter. It's possible, but unlikely that it'll work for you. And so the weapons that you should be relying on for your first shot, or to forget about first shot, to activate Headhunter It should be your Nemesis or your TAC 50. One of the two. And then, once you have Headhunter activated, you roll over to your rifle, and you need one more headshot. So that's 2 headshots in a row with 2 different weapons. And then you can body shot crazy everywhere. Where it'll deactivate is on bosses and on heavies. So once you shoot one shot into those guys, you're going to lose your buff from Headhunter because they're not dead, because they're so heavy. Then you need to start over again. So pick up your Nemesis or your TAC 50, earn Headhunter, and earn Determined with your rifle, and then go on from there. If you're doing it right, check your headshot damage figure. It's very important that your rifle, this might be it, that your rifle's got 150% headshot damage. So when you rotate your rifle, if your rifle's not getting that headshot blow or not able to carry it forward, there's a good chance that your headshot damage is not 150%. Okay, you're at 165. Okay, good. Then from there, it's probably... Do you have damage to targets out of cover on your rifle? Okay, assuming you have that. Then take off an armor core. What is your number? That's what you need to know. Here, I'll set up this build. Actually, why don't we just go to that build and I can show you. It's really easy to showcase. Because it's very similar to the build we're going to run. You need to see that number. You can do this all in the testing range. You don't have to go out there. So just put this on elite. The question is, this will tell you what you need to do. The question is, what's the number you're getting when you get that first headshot kill on your rifle? Now, one of the important things that can be really helpful, in the long run, it's not important, but as you're building stacks on your memento, it is. Now, I don't have any memento stacks, so that's the downside in here, okay? But is that be inside your apex predator range. Be inside 20 meters. So I'm going to get this first kill, right? Okay, and then I'm going to rotate to my rifle. I don't know if it'll work in here. It does. Okay, good. So what was that first number, right? Well, I know the number was over 9.8 million because he died. But you need to know that. That first number, right? That first kill with my rifle is the number that's most important. Was it 9.8 million? Now it's over 10 somewhere. Now that's 12 on crit. 12 non-crit. 12.4. So that's where I'm capping right there without memento trophies, and then the mementos will push that up a little bit higher. Right? So I have expertise on mine, so my numbers are going to be different from yours. But you don't have to run expertise on your 1886, okay? So what the expertise does is allow me to do more armor on the build. Oh, I got one red core here, so keep that in mind. But that's where we were going anyways. I was going to say, if you're not hitting the damage number, then pull off one blue core at a time until you do. See, I'm at 155% headshot damage. So if you're like, well, I'm at, maybe you're hitting at 9.6 million or something like that with the rifle's first shot. So I'm going to rotate. Okay, so let's do it again. So activating Headhunter. It's going to take 2 shots because I don't have any buffs right now. There it is. And now switching to my rifle. It's this shot that matters. 11.8 million first round. Now, again, I have that one red core. So that's all you got to do. So, but that's my point. So, like, if you're not hitting over 9.8 million, then take off a blue core, put on a red core. That should do the trick. If you're still not there for some reason, then take off another blue core, put on a red core. You don't need as much armor as I have on the original build. It's because we can. And so for some reason, you might not be able to get there. Yet. For some reason. Let me ask you this. Are you watch 1000? Because that's a big part of this, right? You got for this to work seamlessly, you have to at least be watch 1000. Okay, so you got the watch. And then the other thing, if you do, the other thing is like the first one that you could switch is the chest piece. So I'm running Palisades, right? This is ridiculous. You don't need Palisades. Okay. Again, I'm only running it because we can. You can put an Overlord here. Okay. That's an easy farm. Super easy to farm. It's going to come all red. It gives you 10% rifle damage. And that's one thing you can do. Or you can run Providence, which is also an easy farm, and that's going to give you 15% headshot damage. Either of those are great options. That's where I would go first. You know, I would keep blue everywhere, and then like the first thing is like, oh, you know, I'm not getting that number. Then I would change Palisades, because remember, it's a luxury to have Palisades, because you have 20% armor on kill, and then you're getting all that bonus armor on kill too. You know what I mean? So I'd keep the chest piece. The reason why I'm saying to do the chest piece first is because you're going to be... It keeps the rest of the build locked in, you know what I mean? And as you level up, you can rotate that in. Rotate that piece. No, I don't use Perfect Headhunter. I rarely do. It doesn't do that much for you. You either one-shot chain killing or you're not, right? And we're doing it on the second kill. Sometimes the first kill, depending on the build. So, just what is it going to do for me? It doesn't do anything for me. Very little differences. So, the only reason why we're not one-shot killing right there is because I don't have any memento stacks. But eventually you do. So, 2 shots to get the first one in. We're gone, right? This is regular Headhunter on a Palisades chest piece. And then I can go from the body. So the only guy that stands in my way is a boss, and the perfect Headhunter chest piece isn't going to help there. And or a heavy, you know, somebody with a helmet, and the perfect Headhunter chest piece isn't going to help there either. So I'd rather have something else. You know, sometimes it's Providence because I need more actual headshot damage instead of 5% weapon damage. It just depends on what you need. And on my XP farm build, I decided to go like super tank, right? Just super tank. It's not a, and by the way, it's perfect Headhunter. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It's pretty standard for a sniper. You know, so if you're playing from cover, you don't need anything else. Yeah, okay, just go for it. It's just that I'm in the habit of using the stronger weapons to kick things off many times, unless there's a red guy right in the open. But even then, I do like to kill an elite first if I can. Because that ensures the second kill, the second guy I can go for will be killed. Sometimes if you get a red guy first, depends on the build, okay? So if it's an overpowered sniper build, this isn't an issue. But sometimes if you kill a red guy first and then try to kill an elite, that transfer of damage to 125% on the next kill won't be enough, you know? So if that is the case, if you're on the edge there, then Headhunter, perfect Headhunter could be better. But it's a rare situation. It's only on those builds that are extremely tanky, usually like pistol builds or something like that. They're extremely tanky and you're just barely on the edge of power. Yeah, it could. Probably because you're increasing the base damage of a weapon that's already really strong, so the multipliers are, you know, more impactful. It could. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Okay, so let's switch over to a hotshot build if I have the pieces. We're just going to start off with this, and then we'll see where we go. Hotshot's a nice option here because it gives you more reach, which could be helpful when you're dealing with guys with multiple colors. And then once you get to the chain killing capability, it doesn't really matter. I'm probably not going to run Determined for the long run. I think I'm going to run maybe even the Nemesis. And when I do that, I'll break out of a 4-piece hotshot and push it to a 3-piece hotshot. Because once you miss a shot, you kind of lose your buffs there. But I do like the hotshot Determined combo. There's nothing wrong with that. I like it. It gives you a free reload. armor on kill and all that stuff, so it's pretty good. And then we were going to use the White Death to start for conversation purposes. I'll go ahead and run the just get some crazy numbers here. I'll run stability, and then reload speed. And we're running this skin, which I really like. White Jade's a 6 skin. Yeah, I'll keep the same chest piece. Give us a little bit of armor on kill. And then should we go Habsburg on the backpack? Just do ridiculous damage? Why not? Bloodsucker's actually also cool. Why don't we do that instead? We don't really need that much damage. Bloodsucker! Habsburg Bloodsucker is probably a good place to go if I have that. I guess I could use the same one I have, but I would like a blue core on it. I think it's this one. We rolled it this way. Oops. That's not what I want to do. Change the talent. Adrenaline Rush, we were using it the other day. It was really good on that pistol build, man. It's really good. It's like best in option on that pistol build, I think. If you can't run the Memento. We did the deflector shield build. I'm gonna put a video. I'm gonna put that out. I think it's worth putting out. I just kind of get tired of repeating myself on that deflector shield conversation because it's got these nuances to it, you know? And it's a lot to explain. Like, okay, the elites are all going to shoot you in the face, you know? And people are going to try to tell you to climb on, you know, a 3-story building to prevent your head from being shot off. You know, it's just not practical. And it's just like, you know, we have to go through all the motions because they all come up in conversation, you know? All right. And then all we got to do is turn on directives. We don't need to reset control points because they do that all on their own. It's now an in-game feature. What up, Rock? Tanny, you caught one on time, bro. The other day you entered and I bailed, right? I didn't notice that, A-Wolf. No, it's okay, Mick. It's okay. I don't mind it. That's like one of my signature builds, and I really enjoy it, and I use it a lot. And I do tell people, like, it's not totally a beginner's build, you know? I mean, you do have to farm it out, which it sounds like you did a good job of doing, you know? Because Headhunter comes with red cores, so you got to go out and find the Headhunter pieces all with headshot damage so you can put blue cores, right? But also because of the mechanics. So it requires a little bit of an understanding on Headhunter and stuff like that, right? And how it works and determined and why it doesn't work. Okay, so same thing here though, right? So I switch over. I'm going to do the same mechanic even though I got a very strong weapon. So even though I know I can kill these guys with one shot with my White Death, I'm going to go ahead and do the mechanic anyways because it's just good habit. If I can find a red guy. So with polarity switch, it's going to be different, by the way. You have to hit the right color. You have to. So if you're doing this on polarity switch and you're hitting the wrong color, there's a good chance that's your problem. So if you're practicing or you're trying to figure out the mechanics, then take your... Okay, here we go. If I can just get somebody to stand still. Really? All right, mister. Let me just reload. Let's start this guy. So he's a bad target because he's waving his arms. Okay, so this is my first kill. Now I'm going to switch over to the White Death. Okay, and then now we're going to earn Determined. If I have Determined, I didn't even check. But I figure I do. If I can find a fucking target. Jesus Christ, they all duck. There it is. And so now determined is active, I think. Do I have determined on this gun? No. Shit. My bad. Okay. Let me restart. Sorry. I forgot to check that weapon. It won't let me change. Plus, they were being annoying. Something swatted the hornet's nest before I got to swat it. Yeah, totally. Okay, so let's look at our build real quick. So yeah, I do the same mechanic a lot. Now there was a purple guy running around, so I didn't have to. You know, I could have just gone for the purple guy, knowing that my second shield is gonna be strong enough. My second shot's gonna be strong enough. Okay, so take off behind you. Put on determined. So what makes the White Death special is its reloading capability. So on the surface, it's got a bad reload, but the way you can manage it in game makes it incredible. So it's got 137% headshot damage modifier there. That's a perfect stat. You really don't need that. You don't need expertise on this thing either. You know what I mean? So I think it's like 1.2, 1.3 million. I think it's the same as the SR1 when it comes to damage. But I got armor here. And I got Palisades. But I think it's the same as the SR1. Or it's either 1.2 or 1.3 without expertise. And no armor in Habsburg. So, but it's the way it reloads because it has an actual clip. So you can manual reload and never get to the bottom. So you can kill, reload, kill, reload. And then if you're chain killing a lot, you're going to get to the bottom. But then that reload goes really fast because he can insert a new clip and get all 5 shots in there at once. And that's, compare that to like the Model 700, where if you get all the way to the bottom, it's got more rounds. It's like 7 rounds at its base, maybe 8, but I think it's 7. When you get to the bottom, you got to manually reload each shot. It's like chink, 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 and it's like, oof, you know, that's a damn slow reload. Now the SR1 is nice because it's a mag reload, and it's a big mag too. So the thing is, you don't really need this damage. You don't even need the SR1's damage to be successful, but might as well take it. Okay, so we're gonna shoot this red dude here. I mean, this gold dude here, and then we'll switch. Oh, it was the wrong fucking color. Hold on. Let's take this gold dude instead. No, now he's blue. Let me reload again. Okay, he's down. So now I switch over to my White Death. Activate determined. What color am I? Gold. Okay, we're active. And that's how the XP farm build works. And once you get that, you're off to the races, as we say. White Death is also really good with this gear set. I mean, we haven't reloaded yet anyways, right? Oh, now we will. No, if I can get 3 kills in a row, we won't. So to really make use out of hot shot, you want to have a mag, definitely want to have a mag big enough to allow you to miss, but still get 3 kills under your belt so you can avoid your reload. Hot shot's a really good gear set. And they tried to do it again with the breaking point one, right? So I like where their head was at. They just didn't listen to our feedback. Like, hey, we're the ones actually using this shit. I'm telling you, it's wrong. Okay, so. Does our reload? You see that? So I haven't had to reload yet. Really? I like to take out the turret, guys. So I don't care about color anymore, and that's what's cool about sniper builds in this event. We're just bypassing the event. Nini, what up? So I'll reload here. So you mag reloaded. See that? You reloaded all 5 rounds at the same time. Ah, I hit the wrong target. So there we go. So there's this, one of the things, because I hit a piece of tech. Fuck, how long am I going to be on dizzy fire for? Jesus Christ, I was like a half hour being dizzy, man. Okay, so now I got to re-earn Headhunter. See, I lost Headhunter. So if I kill one of these guys, if I shoot one of these guys, it's not going to be there. See that? So I got to switch weapons, re-earn it. Okay. Switch again. Now we're going to earn Headhunter. And let's see if I can do it on the wrong color. Because I don't have... Yeah, we can. Okay, now we're earned. And now we can shoot everybody in the body. And this is also a really good XP farm build, by the way, too. It's a little more relaxed. It's not like back in the day when people used to say, "Oh, I suck at headshots," though, right? Like, you don't have to be good at headshots. You only need 2. You know, maybe a couple more, and I think you're good enough to do that. You know, but I get it. The point is like, can you do it on demand, right? Because there's sometimes when there's somebody in your face. Really? Fucking backpacks? If I shoot you in the backpack, I expect you to die. That's just the rule. So I'm going to lose it on this dude, right? I'm going to lose my buff. But I can at least break his helmet. So then I got to switch over to my Nemi. Apparently that wasn't a hit. Oh, he's the wrong color. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're earned. Switch weapons. Let's get our determined back. Determined's back. So that's the trick with the XP farm build. It's a multi-weapon strategy, you know. And one of the weapons you're only using to activate, and then from there, you're good. But the XP farm build, it's the same. It's the same. And it's even with, like I said, even with the strongest sniper build in the game, it's still a multi-weapon strategy for me. There's a few cases where it's not, right? Like you can make the, what is it? The Mantis, the Nemesis, and the Model 700, and in some cases even this weapon, take out an elite on your first shot. And then if you do that, you don't have to switch weapons. But we have so much weapon handling. I mean, switching weapons is not a problem. You know what I mean? It used to be, but they fixed that. So it's welcomed, right? Now, you don't want to switch weapons if you have determined active, but we're not. And that's why it works. The whole point of us switching weapons is because we lost determined or we lost Headhunter. So Headhunter goes with the build, not the weapon. So you can switch weapons all you want. But determined, if you switch weapons, you lose it. But the whole point is why we're switching weapons is because we lost it. So we're okay with that. So anyways, kind of case in point a little bit here though, but one of the problems is that I didn't do a really good job showcasing it because I never needed to reload. So, you know what I mean? Like, let me look at my projects are, by the way. Riker's Hunt, screw you. Black Tusk, Weekly. All right, that's a good one. White Oak, I like doing that. Pentagon and DARPA. It's actually not that bad. I don't mind going out there from time to time. The downside is the directive is going to make you Really? You weren't even looking at me. What is going on with you? You crazy robot. Yeah. He was shooting before he even saw me. A lot of XP right here. The gear set does such a good job of reloading your weapon for you if you're just patient enough, if you slow down just enough, not rush too many of your shots. That you can really run any weapon, even the Model 700, and just really enjoy it because you never have to reload. Good weapon, though. Nini, I'm glad you caught me on the stream. Welcome. Yeah, I'm behind on a couple of build videos. Let's switch over to... I didn't bring the Model 700. I should have. This is a really good weapon, but it's not going to showcase anything different. I'm going to switch over to the Nemesis and take off the hotshot set. What do I want to run, though? So we already got Palisades. I don't mind the bonus armor. We don't really need any more damage. I can run another piece of hotshot. I mean, Habsburg. But I don't have any knees there. We could put on the handling. Why don't we just do that? I don't mind that. Eagles. So we get a little bit of mag size, and then we get some weapon handling. Because I don't really need anything else. But I don't want to run 4 pieces of hotshot because I'll have to get 3 shots in a row. Actually, you know what? Let me just keep that on. I'm thinking about it. Like, let's see. Let's make it a challenge and see if we can pull off the benefit with hotshot here using the Nemesis, right? You got to get 3 in a row. If you don't, anytime you miss one, an air shot counts as a miss. So anytime that happens, which happens a lot, you got to start over your count. You're not going to suffer on damage because you have so much damage, so it's more about utility. What utility are you getting out of it? It might not be much. And 10% armor on kill is enough, but one of the things you could do is put on Gunner here because you're not using Sharpshooter to your advantage because you don't need the digital scope. You also don't need the TAC 50 because the Nemesis is strong on its own. And so that's what's really nice about the Nemesis. The Nemesis is actually a really damn good sniper, I gotta say. I mean, okay, we gotta change colors. Why do you have such a reach? I'm backing up. Oh my god, what the fuck? Stupid. Alright, let me try again. Yeah, Jay. It'll drop in countdown. Make sure you have the backpacks turned on. Ninja Bike backpack works really good on sniper builds too, by the way. Gives you a lot of options. The shitty part about this control point is like in the middle of nowhere land. So we gotta go over here. Me too, Grumpy. So I did some like major testing yesterday, man. So you guys remember my plan on the first Descendant? Like I was saying, like, okay, the first thing was to check off, like the monetization system. Is it good or is it bad, right? And there's some things that are like, oh, super cheese ball, you know, monetization systems. Like we could really do without this, but you know, you could deal with it and work around with it just fine. They're a little bit annoying, but nothing that would push you away from the game really. And so one of the things was like, okay, so we got through all of that. We got through all the microtransaction stuff and it was like, okay, wow, this game was actually good. I think it's fine. It's fair. You could do this. I'm playing completely free, man, on this game. Like close to 100 hours now, probably. Like crazy hours I'm putting in this game and I love it. I love the first Descendant. But here's the thing. So we were left off in our last stream on the first Descendant. I said, like, okay, this is where we got to go. This is the plan. In order for me to truly understand the grind is attached to the monetization system. You know, of course these guys are coming exactly where I am, right? Like, Jesus Christ. So in order for me to truly understand the monetization system, you have to truly understand the grind because that's where the hidden cost is, right? It's like they might make things that are so grindy that it sort of forces you to buy things. And so, but so far it hasn't. I've been unlocking Descendants like really easy within a matter of hours, you know? And like I've been going out and getting like these transcendent mods on my first attempt. Like the RNG is on spot. Some people are having a hard time with this and that, and that's going to happen. That's just RNG. But for the most part, it's pretty darn fair. Sometimes I go out there and get it on my first shot. Sometimes I have to run the mission 6 or 7 times and then it'll drop, you know? But shit, those are exotics. Those are exotic mods. What do you expect, right? That's the hardest thing to get in the game, you know? So 6 or 7 runs and I get it, but that's pretty damn good. And then sometimes I get it on the first drop and I'm like, man, a lot of times I'm getting it on the first drop. On the first run, you know? So 3 minutes, it takes me 3 minutes to get an exotic mod. That's amazing, right? Because that's how long it takes to run a mission, like 3 minutes. They're like basically control points. So anyways, so this is what went down yesterday, bro. So Volby's unlocked, Enzo's unlocked, right? Enzo's important. And then so I was like, okay, so what I put on my plan was, I was like, this is what we got to do to truly understand the grind in this game, the monetization system. I was like, we got to do a Catylst run. I got to do an energy activator run. Those are the 2 rarest materials in the game, right? And the most important because they're directly linked to the power of your character, and you need a lot of them. Right? You need an activator, at least 1 activator per Descendant. You need at least 1, you're gonna need multiple catalysts per Descendant, like, and weapons. And these things can go into weapons too, right? So you need a lot of those over time. So what is the real grind there? You know, is that where the hidden cost was? And I suspected yes, but it actually is not. So once I unlocked Enzo, I didn't even put a real build together on him, right? So I slapped together just random shit on my Enzo character. And I went and did the encrypted caches, basically, right? That's what you call them, encrypted vaults. And so I went and did those. They're so easy with Enzo. Without Enzo, they're so hard. They're so easy with Enzo. I farmed for maybe 10 minutes, maybe. And I had everything I needed for the activator, for the energy activator, whatever you call that thing, right? The rarest material in the game. And then from there, you need its blueprint, right? And so when I looked through the blueprint, it was just like I had 1,000, not 1,000, but I had a lot, like 15, you know, patterns. You know, that's how you get your blueprint, right? You have to use your patterns, go fight a boss or go to a void activator thing, whatever. And so the thing is like, and so anyways, so I got it in a single session yesterday. I got my energy activator and a Catylst under 3 hours. Under 3 hours, all in. And that's me just also figuring shit out. So if I was already proficient before I was going into that, I could probably done it even faster. And then I was like, so that's 2 out of the 3 final things I needed to test in this game. The third one is the ultimates. What is the ultimate grind, right? The ultimate character, the ultimate descendant is what you call those, right? So I started farming for the ultimate Viessa. You know, and so I went through the list. But here's the catch. Like, here's the thing. Like, this is what I've realized about the game, and I think this is what all the longtime Warframe veterans are saying. Like, it's not that hard. RNG is great, you know? Like, if you read, like, conversations online going on about this, it's like some people are saying, this is super easy. You're just not used to grinding games. And other people are like, oh, my God, oh, my God, the RNG. I want to see their tables, you know? And so some people are complaining, some people aren't. And it's not perfect. I've had times, like, on Ultimate Viessa, I'm not done grinding her yet, but I'm almost there. I'm like really close. I just need 2 patterns. And this all happened in a single session. So I got a Catylst, an Activator, and Ultimate Viessa almost done in a single session, as well as Volby. And I almost got Blair too. So this all happened in a single session. And that's the point. And I think that's where my next, that's where this is all leading to is this grind video. And I know some of you know this, but like, the truth is that if you're just playing the game, you're earning a lot of this shit anyways, you know? Like, I have ultimate Ajax patterns already unlocked, and I'm not even trying to farm him, you know? So, like, I think that where the pains in grinding these games are, like, if you kind of want to jump to somebody specific and it's not in like this natural progression of the game, you can, but it's going to be grindy. Like, for example, there's this one guy that, you know, who unlocked every single ultimate descendant in the game. He spent 200 hours and he's unlocked every single ultimate descendant in the game, which is actually pretty good if you think about it. Sounds like a lot, but the ultimate descendants are the ultimate grind. You should expect it to be very grindy. They're the ultimates, and they're not necessary. They're not necessary. So they're a luxury, right? They just give you some better base stats. But you want the ultimates on a character that you love. And so that's the thing. It's a priority. This isn't something that this isn't a game where you need to have everything. You don't, you know? This is a game where you decide on which character is worth the grind. You need a lot of characters so that you cover your bases how do I say, to make sure you have like a base strategy in line. For example, if you're going to go fight the Dead Bride or whatever her name is, the Ice Queen, and her weakness is fire, then you want to go in there with a fire guy. So you want to make sure you have Blair. You know what I mean? But there's like the void shards. So there's multiple routes to everything too. And this is where the strategy comes in, is like, so one, you know, if you just go through your natural progression, you're going to have all your characters unlocked anyways. And same with the ultimate weapons, you know, they're unlocking and I'm not even looking for them. I'm just getting them on accident basically, right? Because you go over here, you're farming for this thing, and every farm it delivers multiple things. And so this is kind of the high level on it, is that like when I'm going in trying to get ultimate Viessa, for example, and I go fight a boss, I defeat him, and then I go and morph the pattern, you know, for the blueprint, and I'm looking for the ultimate Viessa blueprint. I don't get it. But what do I get instead? I get an ultimate blueprint for a sniper, an ultimate sniper that I know I want, but I wasn't farming for it right now. So it's nothing is going to waste. Nothing is going to waste. Everything is unlocking something else. And so I go back in and fight that boss again, right? Let's just say, looking for that ultimate Viessa piece again. Let's just say I have really bad luck and this has happened. I get the same exact thing. I get another blueprint for that ultimate sniper. Well, you need that too. You need 4 blueprints for that sniper, right? Why do you need 4 blueprints? For the overcharge. So when you overcharge a weapon, you need to farm it 4 times. You need to actually craft it 4 times and you smash them together. So nothing is going to waste. Now, the only thing that is a bummer that I think needs to be fixed, because I haven't figured this out yet, is like, well, What if you go in there and it also gives you a blueprint for just regular Viessa and you already have her, right? Now that's a complete waste. So what do we do with our blueprints on Descendants that we already have? And I think that could be the fix of the game. So if they see that you already have a Descendant, then they should cross that off of the list, and that should increase your odds of getting the other items by at least a small percentage, at least, right? But that would fix everybody's complaints, because as you unlock things, then your chances are going to get greater at getting the things that you haven't unlocked. But you don't want to do that too much, because you might say, well, I'm actually looking for 4 sniper rifles, blueprints, because I need to mash them together. But you don't mash Descendants together. So if they can at least do that on Descendant patterns, then that'd be good. They'd be like, look, you already got Volby, so I'm going to cross that off the list so you won't have a duplicate Volby, and I'm going to increase the chances on everything else, because that's no longer an option. So, and there's those things, that there's those void elements that you got to destroy, and it says that, you can only interact with this if you got a fire skill, and if and that's how you get your void charge, and you need those to use the void generators, right? So you don't need any particular Descendant to do that. So that one says you need a fire skill to activate it. Well, if you just look on your map, and what you're looking for are like organic void shards or monopoly void shards, right? And so if you pop out to your map, just go to a different zone. Just go to a different zone that allows you to interact with a chill skill or an electric skill. They give you the same thing. You just need to look at your map. Go to a different zone, farm that one, and then come back to the original map and use that void generator to unlock your pattern. And so there is no catch to it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to go through this extra grind to get Blair so that you can interact with a fire void reactor thing. You know what I mean? You can use your bunny, if that's the character that you have. So there's no catch to that either. And then there's the farming strategy on top of that that's also been helping me a lot, which it's obvious to some of us, but not others, right? So it just matters how you look at things. So there's been multiple patterns. You can have multiple patterns to access anything. So for Ultimate Viessa, for example, right? For her blueprints, you can get a Morpheus pattern. You can use a Morpheus pattern 42. You can use a Morpheus pattern 8, 92, 93. So there's like a bunch of them, right? Which one do you choose? Well, hard mode ones give you 6% chance. So that's one reason why you might want those, right? But the lower ones, like pattern 8, is going to allow you to fight a common boss and kill him in 10 seconds. But your odds are only going to be 3% chance. But those work too. So what I do is I was like, well, how do you farm those patterns, right? So I look and I'll be like, okay, so a Morpheus pattern 98 is an ultimate, and that means I go to this mission. What is that mission also delivering? And if you can ask yourself that question when you're farming, you're getting more than what you need in the process. You're making like an exceptional experience, because when I go in there and I fight for that pattern, there's like a 20% chance to get that pattern. Sometimes there's a 100% chance, depends on the mission. And so if it's a 20% chance, I'm like, shoot, I didn't get the pattern. But what else did I get? I got this Transcendent mod. That's an exotic mod. You know what I mean? There's other things I need and that I want that also delivers that. So although pattern number 8 is easy on normal mode, that mission might not be giving me something else that I also want, But then it's a combination, but I'm going to get a combination. And so I've been getting both. So I've been doing both. You know what I mean? So because you can stack up those normal patterns, like you can get like 16 of them in an hour and then go fight that boss 16 times and increase your odds, right? But if you go for the ultimate patterns, you're going to probably get like 6 or 7 in an hour. But you're also getting more Kuiper, more gold, more loot that you can actually use because it's level 100 loot. And you're also getting Transcendent mods and Ultimate mods like crazy. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you got to go in there with the plan. And I think if you do, then, you know, although you might not have success getting, like Enzo, farming Enzo, for example, hopefully you're still, it's by farming Enzo, you're getting access to Glay or some ultimate weapon or some other things that you need, you know? Yeah, but there's some things like, you know, the ultimate, I think the ultimates are going to be where the farm is, but do you really want the ultimate on every character? I don't think so, man. You know what I mean? You can, but I don't think you need to, you know? I think there's some characters I'm just probably going to... Really? That was a miss? Just keep them as a minimum, at a minimum, you know? I was using the wrong weapon. Oh, this color thing throws me off sometimes. I think I'm hitting the right color, but because I reload, I'm not. Yeah, it's interesting, but it's still, you know, it's a technical grind, right? That Codex thing is like, you know, the access info link that's in the game. Like, I don't know how any player could possibly survive this game without using that, you know? And there's people that aren't using it, right? Because if you look at video comments and stuff like that, people are like, hey, how do you get the, how do you get that Descendant? Or how do you get that sniper? It's just like, it's all written down for you. Like, it's there. And so the fact that you're asking that question makes me think that you don't know that the Codex is there. And that's a big deal, you know? Or you don't know how to use it. Which it is confusing to use. So I think there needs to be multiple tutorials on the Codex. It's not, if you're new to the game, it took me a while to get proficient at it. You know, now I'm super proficient at it. But that thing is awesome. And absolutely necessary too. Whoever thought of that for this game is a genius. Because without that, what a nightmare. And the other thing you really need with this, with the first Descendant, is a pen and paper. That's like the best quality of life thing you could do. Because one of the things that I see happening is all like, I'm like, okay, so I can get pattern 42 from this mission. And then I go to the mission to confirm, and I was like, wait, was it 42 or 43 that I needed? You know what I mean? It's just like, there's so many little details, it's easy to... And then I end up having to waste time by, you know, toggling back to the menu, going back, and be like, oh, it was 42. You know? Okay, good. And then I go back out of that menu, go back to the map, and look, and so it's just like, oh, if I would have just wrote it down, right? Because you have all these numbers and little details floating around in your head, and sometimes you're farming multiple things at once, like me. Enzo's a cool character, though, man. I'm enjoying Enzo. I hope you get him soon. I think you'll like him. You coming or not, bro? No, you're not. They like to nonchalantly flank you. It's funny. They like pretend they're not coming. I'm not gonna look at you so you don't think I'm coming there, but I'm gonna be walking in your direction. That's the Division 2. You guys ever notice that? Like the NPC will be shooting your civilian ally, right? As he's walking backwards into your general direction. It's like, oh really? Just coincidentally, you're just moseying over in this direction. basically speaking of grindy, the Nemesis is grindy, right? I was just thinking about it. Like, everything in the game is sort of like the Nemesis, except there's more RNG to it in the end, right? So yeah, I'm really enjoying Viessa though, and I want to share this mod with you guys that I found. I think I found like the best mod in the game for defense. And you know, they have gear sets too, right? You break into gear sets as you start beating level 100 or level hard bosses, and the gear sets are cool. The one I'm running now, 2 pieces, gives me 25% more defense. Good Morgan, Roly Moly. Oh, but this mod that I have, it's called, what is the name of it? Oh, remember that it's like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to remember the name. Remember the other day on stream, this guy was talking about this, like, ultimate defense one where it puts your HP down to 1, and then it gives you more, like 25% more max defense. And we tried it a few times and we're like, oh my god, look, it's cool. And then I was getting one shot here and there and I was like, oh yeah, okay, there's some limitations to it. You know what I mean? Like, some things you're immune to and then some things you're getting one shot to, right? So I was like, oh, that's cool. Well, there's a HP one. There's an HP version of that. An HP one. So maximum HP, but guess what the cost is? Shields. So it puts your shields to level 1, fixes your shield to 1, and it gives you 25% more XP. But what's also cool about those mods is that as you invest in them, as you level them up, they give you more space on your build. So it's insane. So you're basically running around with this really good red bar, and every time you pick up, if you get the build right, every time you pick up, you know, a health on the floor, it gives you like 50% health, you know, and then you're getting health on kill too from that other mod that gives you that. And so you're just like super tanky, you know. You hear the little complaint from the Transcendent from now and again, like, oh, well, you know, after one bullet, she goes, oh, my shields are broken, shoot, you know. But you don't need shields. You don't need shields. And so I'll be standing on hard mode with like 13 enemies that, you know, basically gang tackle me. And I'm able to stand there and take their damage. I'm able to take direct hits from bosses and stand there and tank Colossi for several seconds before I have to scatter. It's a really cool one. Oh, no magic, Rolly. Long time player. No magic. I mean, I do a lot of XP things during global events, so that helps. As you can see, I'm running 5 global directives, which is 125% more XP. So I do that. From time to time. But most of it's just because I've been playing since 2019. Really? These guys are squirmy, man. Oh, God. And this guy's still following me? What the... What's going on there? I gave him a decoy like 10 minutes ago around the corner. What the fuck? That was his fucking head. Almost. It's 6 years, right? 6 years? Basically the only game for 6 years. With the exception of Starfield. Oh, stop twitching, man. Jesus. That's why sometimes you're better at sniping if you just stand in front of the enemy, because they'll stop to acquire you as a target. They'll freeze like deer in headlights. See what I mean? He was twitching earlier, but if you just step up to him, you're like, fuck it. You know? Better odds. She's like, stop doing their cartwheels. Oh, I gotta reload. Yeah, 6 years is a long time to be playing just one video game, man. It is. Pretty incredible, don't you think? So this player in Japan, I don't know if you've seen this yet, Grumpy. Have you seen the new Glay build that this guy in Japan created? It's the fastest one so far. It's using one of the ultimate snipers, and it can one-shot a hard Colossi solo. One shot with a single bullet using the sniper. Pretty incredible. But it's an ultimate Glay build, so you know that's grindy. Or you can buy it. And it's like maxed out everything. I mean, everything. You know, so they got every Catylst in there. Every mod is maxed out. You know, it's crazy. But either way, you can. And that's pretty cool. That means you can farm Colossi bosses. And they got it with like no cooldowns or anything like that because you're one-shotting the boss. You don't need a cooldown, you know? The boss doesn't even really put damage out on you. Oops. Ah, how was that the turret shot? Oh, I didn't release. I gotta reload. The bad thing about this event is that from the ammo hoarder's perspective, when you reload, because of your color, you lose all the ammo on a full mag. Wow, you guys killed somebody. Haha. Yeah, it's a Nemesis. Yeah. I've been enjoying the Nemesis this season more than ever because of the possibilities. From a weapon handling perspective, you don't need any damage on it. So just because of some of the mods that they gave us, or the gear sets that they gave us last season and this season, you can make this thing really steady. I mean, look at that right there. There's just no movement. There's a little bit of weapon sway. But you want to, if you can minimize that, it's going to help a lot. For some reason, I hit the craziest shots with the Nemesis that I can't hit with other snipers. Like threading the needle type shots. It might be the crosshairs on the scope. Okay, let's switch it up. Speaking of, let's put on the ninja, and then let's go for we don't need this. How about, we need some armor on kill, so I'm gonna put that on somewhere. Do that. Belt and chest. And then I think just one piece of hot shot, and then the 2-piece Hasberg for power. Okay, so there's our Habsburg for power, and I'll go and keep blue. And then it's the breaking point we need, right? So breaking point, that's gonna give us marksman rifle damage. And if I can get a second breaking point, then that's gonna give us even more weapon handling. I like this build. If you haven't created this one yet, this is like a pretty cool build. Let me see if I have a breaking point mask. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's put hot shot. Okay, we got hot shot there. Good. So hot shot there, 2-piece breaking point gives us that 30% headshot damage and another 15% weapon handling. And then that gives us 30% weapon handling. And then we got weapon handling subs here. Subs, weapon handling. And then we're not done. Let's put on some protection from elites. Oops, wrong one. Come on, I don't know why I can never. Okay, and then more protection from elites. So this is a pretty cool build. You got everything you need here. And then we're going to take this off too and give us 20% armor on kill. With protection from elites. I got colorblind mode on Joey. It helps with seeing explosion radius and heals. Only reason why. The Nemesis, learning the Nemesis charge is key. I think that's what I would add to that statement, action, Jackson. What up, Rise and Reap? What do you mean favorite item spots? Like where you can heart or create builds? Yeah, I've kind of figured out a better trick around that. There is some nuances around the loadout slots. Is that what you mean? The like loadout slots? Oh, actually, we're not here for that. But let me delete my junk. So let's look at red stars here. So since we've been playing this, we got what? 8 stars. So we'd level up 8 times just in that quick little run. Yeah, but so there's a manual. One of the things that I haven't seen a workaround on yet that needs to be in that game is the reactors. So the problem with the reactors is that when you change to like a boss loadout, or when you change to a mobbing loadout, you have to swap your reactor manually. You know, and then also maybe your weapon priority also. And you have to go around and toggle things. It doesn't take long, but you have to remember. And there's the other thing with the reactors. It doesn't tell you if it's in use on a loadout, and they need to add that. And so I'll go around cleaning up my stash space and stuff like that, and it doesn't say that I'm using it on another character right now, you know? Level 100 issues. Okay, so here's our build. So we got 10% armor on kill, 20% armor on kill now with 1% armor regen. And then we got marksman rifle damage at 25%, 30% headshot damage, 50% weapon handling. And then 50% headshot damage, 20% marksman rifle with more armor. And then more handling and headshot damage, 30% handling, 30% marksman rifle. And then you've seen that one. And we got headshot damage everywhere. And then we got the double protection from elite. So if we look at our stats, we got 281 headshot damage. That's plenty. And then stability-wise or handling-wise, we got 66%, which is a nice, pretty number. So I can't aim here, but we'll go outside and take a peek. Yeah, the devs for Descendant have another patch coming. I think it's Thursday. I think it might be tonight, actually. I think it happens at midnight. It's a 5-hour downtime. Okay, here we go. So look at how steady that is. So my thumbs are off. That's steady. And that's where it matters. But anyways, we have the damage to take these fools out. One shot. And I like it because it puts you in control of your weapon more. But what I was going to say is learning how to control the... I was talking to Action here. The charge up meter. So kind of building in the muscle memory, because you don't need a full charge once you get your Headhunter active. You need partial charges. See that? So that was a partial charge. And so sometimes I full charge because I'm just looking down scope anyways. But if you need to shoot fast, you can. And that fast reload from all that weapon handling, super handy for changing colors. Really? You just foam me behind. It's kind of funny how your whole body goes under foam when he just touches your wrist. It's like a virus. Oh, what? So that I must have fucked up. That's because he's the wrong color. Shooting through the floor, huh? I saw that. Ah, you fucker. What color am I? Gold? Switch. Oh, my bad. I had that. There it is. Shoot my decoy, not me, bro. Whoops, got your friend, though. Really? Fucking stupid. Get over here! Go to settings, and then, what is it called? Something A, right? Accessibility. This medic, man, he's killing me here. Good job keeping your head down. See how long he does it for. Oh, bulletproof backpack. $81 million? Is that what that said, or 60? Ah! Jesus. Like, why are you way back there? It's not tactical at all. Come back. Wrong color. Oh, can't get her. The guy you leave alive is the one that bugs you, huh? Ah, come on. A pip star? I don't want the servers to go down in 3 hours, 4 or 5 hours. I got grinding to do. Gotta fix my armor. Oh my god, she's the worst. You're not allowed to go prone in this game. If we can't do it, you can't do it. Classic. She was hit on that toss too. I hate that lady's fire grenades. Klondike, what's up? You're with me, Rising? Let's protest, man. It's okay, I gotta do recordings anyways. It's easier to do the recordings with the game live, though. I got build videos to do too, though, so I'll pivot. I just want to finish this grind on this ultimate Viesa because it's just the final piece of this puzzle, and I already got a feel for it. It's like the pieces you need aren't bad at all. They just, you know, probably have everything you need in about an hour to 2 hours. It comes down to the RNG rolls on the blueprints. You know, you only have so many patterns. You go through them, you don't get it. You got to go farm those patterns again. Go back at it, and that's where the frustration kicks in, right? You're like, fuck. Well, sometimes the patterns will have RNG on them too. What's the legendary right now? Sometimes they're 100% chance, which is nice. So you don't have to, right? But the RNG is going to kick in somewhere. The zoo, huh? Oh, that's not a good one this week. But it sucks. Those void, or those, what do you call those? The little outposts that have a 5-minute clock. Those are getting a lot of slack. I bet you they're going to get nerfed. They're going to get nerfed, you know? Everybody's complaining about them. Oops. And the devs have been so responsive. I'd be surprised if they didn't nerf them. They're going to release their RNG tables so that people can inspect them. So they've been very responsive, you know, about the community feedback, and they should be. You know, I think transparency is key, you know. Earn the players' trust. Let them trust you. And they're digging themselves out of a hole, right? From past fines and exposure. But that aside, everybody's saying, like, why do these have a 5-minute clock? That sucks, right? I'm farming this thing at the stand here for 4 minutes not playing, right? 4.5 minutes not playing. I mean, there should probably be some sort of clock, but I think they should nerf the clock. The clock has to be there so for things to reset because it spawns in the event. So, you know, maybe make it 1 minute, right? Is this Applebee's? Server down! I like this version of the build. I like it better just because you don't need all the power of a max power version. And the reloads aren't bad, so I don't need free reload. We got armor on kill, we got regen, we got protection from elites. And we're not running determined. If we're running determined, you could just run hot shot. You're good. Decisions like that have to be made in the game nowadays. You know, it's okay to have just one shotgun build. I do. I only have one shotgun build in the game, really. The Thorn version was the only time that I've gone outside of that shotgun build, but you know, with us having stash issues, it's tough to have all the pieces in case I need 13 different shotgun builds, you know, saving all those pieces. It's amazing what they'll be able to do if they change the central core of this game around character development, you know? Like a skill tree, for example, was something that has been in discussion for years. And at one point they were looking at doing that. But, I mean, imagine if you were able to select unique skills in this game and how different it would all feel. Just really opens up the possibilities. You know, maybe if you were able to add more movement speed and like as the base of your character, helping because you know you're going to be a run and gunner. And that would really help for you. But this isn't something where it takes away from your damage. Their abilities, you know, their profile, more of operators like. Okay, that guy's a freak. I'm not gonna shoot him. I feel like my decoys are specifically for riot foamers. Oh, come on. Can they move right when I'm about to shoot? They can shoot through that curtain, but I can't. Casualty! Oh my god. How many shots I'm gonna have to throw it at you? Just be still. There we go. Good boy. Decoys save my life. See how their behavior changes when it's out there? Easier to track for sure. When they're not acting crazy. Oh, that was on. Probably the striker backpack. False. You're gonna want to probably run that. It's just a really nice, easy damage add point and shoot. You don't have to worry about vigilance for a beginner. It's actually a really good alternate for beginners because a lot of beginners stray away from vigilance talent and you end up doing something like composure, and it makes sense, you know. So striker backpack, striker gloves, striker knees, striker holster, coyote mask, which is an exotic, but you're gonna need that anyways. But if you don't want an exotic on your build, oh, I used the wrong color. Then I would put the striker mask there and then run the contractor's gloves instead, which aren't that hard to farm. Contractor's gloves give you more damage to armor. It make a lot of sense on that build because you're always fighting armored targets. And then for your chest piece, I would actually run Palisades for armor on kill. That's going to be helpful for a new player. Have a little more survivability. And then Obliterate for your chest talent. Gunner for your specialization. Because that's going to give you armor on kill also. So now you're at 20% armor on kill. You're going to want a total of 1.1 million in armor on your build. So that's 2 blue cores. And then crits everywhere. Get your crit chance to 60%. Your crit chance has to be at 60% because of Obliterate, or really close to it. And then from there, put crit damage. And that's a really good build. That'll take you anywhere, pretty much. That'll take you to legendary, any heroic, solo, or group play. Now, the weapon is your choice. I assume you're going to want an assault rifle. And the St. Elmo's has been a go-to for the community lately. So, and I stand by that weapon. It's a pretty good weapon. It's going to shock targets from time to time. It's got a really big mag and really good mods on it. Oh, what? Again, why did I not kill him? I had like 3 headhunter stacks. It's twice in a row that happened. It's like you're anticipating their movements and then they stop right before you shoot. So you're like leading them a little bit like this. And then sometimes they'll stop right before you shoot. And it's like, oh, of course, it's like you knew. Yeah, the headshots in this game are really satisfying. I do enjoy it. There's frustrating moments when the cockroaches start squirming under the cabinets, but when you get on a roll, it feels really good. That's why I miss the traditional sniper builds instead of determined, because it does bring the fun back in the game to run a normal sniper. Not in the game, but in the sniper game. And, you know, before, course, it was even more frustrating than it is today. But, you know, with all these weapon handling capabilities. Stop it. Fucking disappeared and reappeared. Anytime they try to go downstairs nowadays or jump over objects, they'll glitch. Let's not do that. Oh, you sucker. Ah. It counted that as a body shot. It was on the head. I know it was. What are you shooting at, guys? You're shooting at me. Shooting at that turret. Stop shooting at that turret. It's not shooting at you. Give me somebody to kill. If you rotate weapons, you lose that extra shot, which is good for this game mode. The chambered round. Because I had a chambered round and I switched weapons and the chambered round went away, which was good because I needed a reload. It's now an in-game feature. Any bug that lasts a while ends up becoming a feature. Oops. Jesus. He ran that way just to run the other way? Like, why are you zigzagging? I lost my buff. I like moving more when I'm sniping. And I don't mean necessarily to be out on cover, but just shoot and scoot kind of thing, you know? Reposition. I think it makes them a little less squirmy too. They do a bunch of weird movements. Come on. Ah, fuck you. You don't want to die? Fine. Ooh, there's a lot of guys out there. Charge. It took half a second to get going on that. See what kind of moves this one's gonna do now. Too bad they stopped wearing cowboy hats, huh? For this exotic part farm. Electric Boogaloo. It's basically what it is. Well, I think they're going to drop seasonal characters. You know, I just think they're going to drop it. And then just make it so that our main characters are the drive into the same content. Which means the seasonal pass will have to change. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it could go like 50 different directions. It's hard to predict, to be honest with you, because we didn't know or see everything yet, right? So my prediction would be baseless. But well, let me try anyways. What are they gonna do with seasonal characters? So what we knew is that we were gonna have a seasonal character that was gonna be able to access these missions or activities that would take no more than an hour, and they were gonna be released once a week. Something like that, right? But they were gonna, because you were a level 0 or level 1 character, they were gonna be scaling. There was going to be a progression to them. They get harder and harder and harder until you get to level 40. And I think they were saying it would take about, what did they say, 15 hours to get there? Is that right? Do you remember that? I think it was 15 hours to get there. So I think what they'll do is they'll just, hopefully, if it's this straightforward, this would be the most straightforward way, if they can do it, is just to give us those same activities, but scale them up in difficulty to a level 40 character. And drip us the same content, so they increase the frequency. Because part of it was like, okay, 1 week, every week you're gonna have an activity to do related to the seasonal manhunt, seasonal progression system. So what they were doing is like, they were breaking up the farm, right? So if you think about it that way, we never really discussed this. Nobody really did because there was so much more to talk about. But right now, we get the season pass, and most of us bust it open in like 3 days, a day sometimes, depending on how exciting it is. This is the first season that took me maybe 2 weeks because I just wasn't even trying. Maybe, I don't know, I don't remember, but it definitely wasn't days. Anyways, so I think they want to break that because that's sort of part of the problem. To be able to grind through it so easy like that. Like if you look at some of the other season content out there, they all have the present the opportunity to, but there's so much grindier. Like if you look at X Defiant, for example, they're too hard to do it so fast. You know, even if you're a grinder, it's still going to take you weeks. Still got me on that, huh? Okay, you're first to go, boss. Now your little friend. So it is a good idea to spread it out a little bit, you know, but they're going to have to reinvent the reward system, I guess. I mean, there's, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's so much that they built into the seasonal characters. There was this 5th character thing. Did we get that? Probably not. They're going to have to recover some costs, so they'll probably not launch that because I'm sure that did cost more server space. But they justified it because they were fixing a problem, which was player retention. But there was this temporary stash during intermission period. There's going to be no intermission period, I would imagine. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the XP bug. Yep, that's right. Took them forever to fix that. That was incredible. That was incredible. I mean, they should have gave us a global event, an extra global event because of that. So at least we'd get more rewards. There's no compensation for that. Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's it. You know, I think that would be the concessions that they would have to make with the seasonal characters, you know. Because there was that new that new difficulty level. That stays the same. And I think that's what us long-term players or those of you who will become long-term players will like. Will want to see, you know. You're going to want to see that mission, and hopefully that's replayable. I don't know if it's replayable. They never really talked about it. It almost sounded like it was a mission you would do one time or for a couple of weeks or whatever, you know. They never really clarified that. Their symbol looks like a true patriot symbol on their head, doesn't it? Don't you love the perfect aim that 45 caliber machine gun has? At the distance it has it at? It's amazing. $92 million right there. It's nice. It's the buffs. The event helping out a little bit. This is probably more of like a 45 million build on its own, so it's probably doubling it. You don't need 90 million, 65 million right there. But boys are nice. If I can get him on the leg, I can one-shot that boss. Can't see him though, that's a problem. Really? That was his pouch? Really? Fucking game. Should have been enough to one-shot him. It's kind of interesting how the builds are just so much fun in these games, you know? Makes things so much more interesting. It's playable, Sneak. I know there's still a lot of bugs out there they haven't fixed and won't fix until seasons or 21.2. I think that's where we're at. But it's playable. I'm enjoying it. The event is live. We got a global event. It's a good time to farm XP and get exotics. It's also more interesting. It makes the game more interesting. I'm totally bypassing it though, to be honest with you, because I'm using the sniper build. But at least for loot, and it does bring some more challenges to the table. But it feels good. I mean, that's today. You know what I mean? If that's what you mean, that's how I took your question. If you're talking about the big global picture, and it's a mess. You know what I mean? It's a mess. But the devs made a good move, you know? I think walking back seasonal characters is a good move. The downside is like, yeah, but that's after a big mistake of having it in the first place, you know? Yeah, somebody needs to get fired, and I think it's the guys that need to get fired are the ones that have been elected on our behalf to be part of this elite task force, you know? Those fuckers need to get fired, man. I would say it's their fault. Either that or the devs don't take them seriously or they don't really exist. One of those, you know? Do you guys think the task force actually exists? You don't hear much about it or them. Not that there's much to say, but because I don't think they want us to know who it is. But either way, they're not doing a good job. I mean, what the hell? Ever since this new task force was assembled, we've gotten the worst content in the game. Ever. It started with this task force. Not entirely. I'm exaggerating, but it's not all been bad. You know, it really hasn't. Yeah, I was thinking about it in that last video, and I think I captured it correctly. I didn't take it out of perspective. You know, I think the incursion is a good job. They did a good job with the incursion. I just don't think it was the best choice, but they did a good job. You know, there was better things they could have done because incursion isolates a lot of the community who doesn't want to do that. But before that, we got to remember they did Countdown and the Descent game mode, which are entry point, easier missions for newer players. So they did get those players. So you could argue, well, they did one for the veteran players by giving us the incursion. So, okay. And of course, new players get into it too. God damn it. Body flinch. So anyways, the incursion was good and Countdown was good, you know? Good enough. And Countdown is designed nicely. It's basically a mob mode, but it's not as exciting to have that in the Division 2 as you would find it in other games. Like if you put that same mode in the first Descendant, it would be way more fun. The bunny question being out of that equation though, because bunny kind of ruins a lot of content in ways because she's so strong. But see, the thing is with the Division 2 is that the enemies are so tanky, it kind of makes it miserable in there, you know? Like, I mean, is it fun to put in 4 mags into a single enemy? Not really. You know, it's casual, but they're so tanky that's just like, you know? There's a philosophy here, and I'm not sure that the bullet spongy enemies really is what should make a Tom Clancy game. And I feel like the devs believe that. They're like, oh, they have to be bullet spongy because that's what makes a game good. Not really. There's a happier ground. I think you should feel more powerful when you're in the squad, you know? I mean, you are, but I think the scaling should be nerfed. I do. I've always thought that, but I think even more now. You know, I think that the way it is, it's just like, nah, we should be buffed by our team, and it just doesn't really feel like that. You know, Asmund Gold said it really well. It's just like, yeah, he doesn't believe in team scaling because it makes you resent your teammates, your other players, and it's true. I mean, not necessarily resent them personally, but it's just like, nah, I don't want to play open world and group because it turns the game to shit, you know? You just need to get good, bruh. No, it's not about getting good. It's just like, it's not fun. It's just not fun to see an enemy, you know, you're wearing the strongest striker build in the game if you want to, and to see them just marching towards you, you know, all because you added friends. You want to play with friends, you know. Just, and I'm not saying they shouldn't be stronger. They should, because on the other hand, if you had no team scaling, you're going to kill them so fast because you got 4 players shooting at one guy. You're like, that sucks. So I'm just saying less, just a little bit less. Tack it down a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. Yeah. You can still do that though, Klondike, you know? Oh, good. There's Danny. Is Danny open today? He is, right? Let's go get this mofo. I missed him last week, of course. Woo-wee! We're gonna actually get a Dan. Yeah. And it's just like, oh, it just makes it feel mundane. It slows down the pace of the game mode, right? Really. So I want to kill this guy, move on to the next. Kill this guy, move on to the next. I mean, I was playing the first Descendant. Sorry to keep comparing it to games, so I'm really excited about that one right now. It's, you know, I'm in a honeymoon phase. Give me a break. So I was like doing this void farm, and I'm just like surrounded by 100 enemies, and I'm moving through them like, you know, like flowing like water, you know what I mean? And you just like, you're just kind of cutting a wave through them, you know? It makes you feel powerful, you know, and that's it's fun feeling strong. Okay, so we need 500. Just 500. I don't need any of the other crap, really. Okay. But I like the challenge, you know, so it's... we still got this extra key, huh? What opens? Apparently I didn't have that shirt. Cool, we got the bandana. It was weird. There was something weird there. Yay, we finished our apparel event. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly because it slows down the pace of the game. You know what I mean? That's what I meant with the horde mode. It's just like, kill him, move on to the next, kill him, move on to the next. It's the chain of events that keeps you hooked, you know? And so when they're slowing down the chain of events and they're drawing it out to the point where it doesn't feel exciting and therefore not hooking you into the game. And I think that's the underlying reason why we don't like Bullet Spongy, is because it basically gets boring. The whole thing gets boring. Everything gets boring because it's lowering the level of excitement meter. There's a meter that you have inside your brain, your dopamine hook, right? And it's lowering that. It doesn't let it get up. It depletes with your stamina, basically. And so you can't maintain that meter. And so that's why it's the chain killer builds are the closest thing to it. Which are a lot of builds in this game. You can do it with rifles, snipers, shotguns, pistols. Where are we at here? 900. Okay, that's good. Oh, there's multiple here. Okay, let's do one more. Sorry. Didn't notice that. This guy. Really? You can tab back and forth? Oh, yeah. Shit, good tip, bro. Let me try that again. It does add an extra little step there, though. So you got to tab back and forth and then press down. Twice. But yeah, it might be a little bit faster. I like that. All right, I think we're good. All right, let's open up some of these before we get full. We are full, basically. No down required, but it puts me on the top box. You know what I'm saying? So if when I come tab back, it puts me here on the crossroads one where I need to be here. Watch. Unless I'm doing it wrong. So tab and then tab back. You see I'm in crossroads? And then it doesn't let me do it. Am I doing that wrong? Oh, no, yeah, but no apparel van is that. Well, I see what you're saying. Did they extend this? I thought it was supposed to be last week was the last week. I see what you're saying when the apparel van is not active. Gotcha. You could probably turn this into a rifle build too. Let's see. So golden bullets for. But yeah, 13, let's see, yeah, you got 1,300 points. That's still a grind, huh? I wish they had they gave us a an XP farm mode. That'd be so fun. Okay, here we go. So what we're gonna do is kick this off. Rack to our rifle. We need it to be a blue, I think. There it is, 13 million. Let's rock. A lot faster, that's determined for you, huh? This could probably be another quality XP farm build really, but because the weapon handling does actually come into play. You got 20% armor on kill. You got the sufficient damage. The weapon handling makes your reloads really fast, which is helpful in 1886. No tuck and roll? Do we not have tuck and roll in this game? How come we can't tuck and roll again? What's wrong with tucking and rolling? Why is it illegal? Oh, she's the wrong color. That protection from elite, she was having a hard time. What? Really? I saw that hit you. Why? Why did that not kill him right there? Did that not kill him either? It didn't. That was a double Nemesis stack. He didn't die, huh? I think it's because I killed a red guy first. That's one of those scenarios. So the second kill, it always pans out 2 kills later. It debuffs, which is why I don't like stacking Headhunter. I like to go for the elite right away. Yellow guy. So how'd you get here? I like the rifle builds quantity of ammo. It's one of the benefits. We haven't run into ammo issues, which is good. But it's always possible with the snipers if you're on the move too much. Yeah, it seems to be the trend, right? Like there's always like these, it's because some of them are bugs, right? And they eventually come around and fix those bugs, but it's a matter of priority. And a lot of games don't build that priority in early on. And so those XP farms or loot caves are early game advantages. It's like a benefit of joining a game early. You ever notice that? Like Starfield was like that too. I mean, there were some exploits that were absolutely game breaking for the player in a good way. You could go under the map. So they had their chest, so they have vendors, right? The vendor's bank was under the map in the form of a cache. So just like one of these caches here, it would literally look like one of these boxes. They were physical boxes underneath the map. So that, you know, just because they built that game, just like anything, you know, so there's a dirt layer, right? And then there's this gap under the dirt layer, and sometimes you can clip through it. But you could squat or you could squat in that game basically. But a lot of times that gap would be tall enough where you could just walk under the gap between the dirt layer and the floor. I don't know why there's a gap, but there was. I guess there's a gap so they can put shit under it, under the floor, right? So they had the flooring for the map, and underneath that was the earth. And so you could, there were ways to basically get around the map. So you like go around, you know, you usually have to navigate something. You'd have to basically find a secret door, kind of like the Matrix. You know what I mean? With the Keymaster, you had to do that, you know? You had to figure out the Keymaster's secret door. And once you did that, you get under the map and then you navigate to the vendor. You can see everything. They can even see you. Like they'll look at you. Sometimes they'll even talk to you. And you can rob their bank. You just open up their bank. It's weird. It was weird in a good way. See right there, I lost the buff. I don't know why. So yeah, you walk under the map and go to the vendor and go right underneath and... Oh, wrong color. Ah, fucking foam. Damn, I didn't know you guys had such accuracy. I'm moving and they didn't miss one bullet. That's where the color shit kind of gets on your nerves a little bit, right? Actually, it's... There we go. Okay, let's do this. Can we really not tuck and roll in this game? Oh, let's save him for last. Oops. I reloaded. Oh, I need to tuck and roll, man. That's stupid. It's dumb that we can't tuck and roll, I gotta say. Can we tuck and roll? Am I forgetting how to do it? Is it not double B or something? Okay, it is. Okay, we can. It's double A. Okay, got it. Double A. My bad. Forgetting my buttons. Chewing bubblegum and walking at the same time is hard. Oh, come on. Oh, they keep bringing heavies. Just kill them. I missing you or? Double A. Do we get a free reload? I think we do, huh? That's the change it made. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I was kind of thinking that, but I couldn't remember for sure. It does reload you auto. That's why we were getting so many goddamn reloads earlier. That's awesome. That's a good change. So the game mode is giving us the free reload. I had forgotten what changes they had made to this one. I could have rewatched my old video, but you know, when on the remake of it, but I wasn't expecting this to be here today. Yeah, that's a game changer move for this event, really. Because you're not forced into reloading. It's actually really smart that they did that. It's funny. It was hard to notice on the sniper because I wasn't even noticing the game mode was on. But I noticed I was getting a lot of reloads, auto reloads with the hotshot build, and I thought the hotshot was performing really well. So good job, hotshot. Got it. How do you turn blue? Thought I had him on the right color. Just be still. We'll get this over with. Double A. Double A. Grumpy, I want to do some more and Reap, Rising Reap, and Pips. We got to get together and do some more Horde modes. Break those. We should make it a goal to do all of them. To max. That'd be really cool. Like maybe see how many we can do in a single session. That one, there was this one, I think it might be an Echo Swamp. That's pretty fun. It's like really spread out. It's actually tough. It's tough right from the beginning. Not because they're too tanky like the one that we played the other day, but because it's like, there's a lot of ground to cover. You can only tuck and roll on Saturday nights. You're funny. Yeah, that's right, Rising. Well, yeah, I've always been like that. Like muscle memory, you get programmed, right? Like when I first started, I was like, wait, which one's jump? I wish games would just keep it really consistent that way. This should always be jump. At least they get their shoot right. It's always the trigger. I feel like in maybe the Asian cultures, things are backwards. I've been feeling like that on menus and stuff like that. I'm like, usually it's left bumper for me, but they're making it right bumper. And it's fine, but I just have to learn it. You know, it's not the left bumper. It feels intuitive for it to be the left bumper. I don't know why it's the right bumper, you know. Yeah, I like your answer there, Grumpy. I think that's the right answer. Agree with Grumps. It's just get through the campaign. Just put together make sense builds. Don't even farm them. Like, your life is gonna be so learn the, but it'd be helpful to learn the farming system. So there's that, you know. But you got to do everything anyways. It's gonna make you touch every mission, for the most. So it'll guide you through the game, but I mean, by the time you get through the campaign, just straight through, to level 100, you should have, what is it, 4 characters unlocked? You fucker. But yeah, but that's not the point. The real point is that, like Grumpy's saying, is that it's all low-level gear anyways. Very little of it will you keep. The only thing I would keep is like an exceptionally well-rolled weapon, which is probably not going to happen. The Thunder Cage is probably the only weapon I have still. The mods you keep, though, of course. So you start farming mods from day 1, which is good. Those are good at all levels because they don't have a level. But you do get better mods, but they're not, or higher level mods, but higher level mods aren't always better. Never have to reload is fun. Maybe I should be running the Model 700. Definitely helps with the ammo issue. That's why we weren't having ammo issues. Because we have ammo from the gods. Which could also help with some SMG builds and assault rifle builds, right? Because the ammo's on kill, so if you're killing, maybe you don't run out of ammo. Yeah, Grumpy, yeah. I've seen some really cool Blair builds, though. I don't know. I mean, I was kind of like that with Blair, too. But his talents might be pretty cool. I think Blair might... I haven't used him, so I have no experience on this. But I've seen him, people using him. And you know those like, big balls of glowing hot lava-looking shit and lava on the floor? I mean, he might be one of those all-around, like a well-rounded player. He might be like a Viesa. I don't know for sure. I know. I understand he's got some decent things for crits, but I don't know. I haven't used him, so. But Volby's gonna be sick. That's for sure. But yeah, for Bunny, I totally agree with you on Bunny, man. Like, I was using Bunny the other day, I think, when we were on stream doing that shard farm. And I was like, my build was all expired on her. That shows you, like, how much I use her. I'm using Viesa, and I feel invincible right now with where I have her. And I haven't rolled anything into her. She's at base level. But her skills, she's got she's got their burst damage skills. If you look at the multipliers, they're like almost 1,500 on one of them. The other one's 800. So they're burst damage skills. And so what I like about her is she's basically like an SMG build, as a walking SMG. And so, I mean, I think that if you play into range with her, you're kind of watering down your skills a little bit. You know, by playing with range and duration. I don't think you want any of that. Just keep that burst damage up. Because I like using my gun. And that's one of the problems with Bunny is you don't use your gun. You stop to use your gun, you're basically dead, right? And I like using my gun. And so with Viessa, I'm spanning skills everywhere. And if I'm not killing the enemy, if they're not dead, then they're nerfed to the point where it's only going to take a couple of shots. And which is allowing me to integrate my gun into the gameplay, you know? The gun isn't just for looks. But I think Viessa or Freyna, so yeah, I'm really liking Viessa, but I think Freyna is like our Eclipse build, like in every way. This is what I'm coming down to. Like if you look at Viessa, and even when other people are playing her, like she's got a hard time with defense. You know, hard time building in defense. You end up having to really load her up. I mean, I haven't used her in a while because I've been running so much with Viessa, but so she might feel stronger now that I got some better mods. But I feel like she's like an Eclipse player. You know, you got to keep those status effects. So she's like a skill haste, status effective kind of player. So, which in this game is going to come down to, with her, having range, basically. Because you know how she puts that swamp thing down? Like, if you notice, it's pretty small, and I think you're going to want that really big, you know? Really big, kill one player, and then watch everybody else fall, you know? But my point is, I guess, is that, like, she has a hard time playing, like, aggressive in the hot kill box, as you would expect an Eclipse Protocol build to, you know? She basically can't face tank. She can from a power perspective, but not from a defense perspective. But that, my opinion on that might change, but I'm kind of feeling her out that way, you know? They all got these inherent levels of defense and even the way their skills are working, right? So some have oh, let me get these guys. Yeah, I've seen Ajax look like he's got some pretty cool abilities. Does he bring in a bombardment from above? Like it looks like artillery strike comes in. Does he do that? I've seen that a few times where I've been playing with an Ajax player, and I can't tell if it's the Ajax bringing it or somebody else. Oh, is it the one that's called Bombardment? the talent on that weapon? I think I have it, yeah. Fire and Bombardment or something like that. My Nemesis is getting way more love than my Mantis this season, that's for sure. I think it's because it gives you so many more options to build around this weapon. The Nemesis got a really good buff, so what's that? Mantis got a good buff. He was fast. So you got to kill your right color to maintain the buff. I haven't been paying attention, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. I don't think it's a great idea because I know the devs, so I know what would happen. So let me give you an example. It's a good question. So if they nerf strikers, you know, it's the only gear set that feels slightly reasonable. I mean, it doesn't even feel OP, really. We just say that. Aaliyah, good job. You just hit 1,000. That's a good feat. I grinded for that 1,000. That was a big deal for me. I was like, I want that 1,000. I want that crit chance. And then it's the resources. At level 1,000, how do you feel about your resources, Aaliyah? Do you feel like you're in a good place with them? Or do you still feel kind of poor? I mean, like, not like, you know, when it comes to like, oh, I look at my quantity, but from what you want to be doing, like optimizing and recalibrating your gear, you know, just from that perspective, not expertise, not doing anything weird, but just from basic getting my build into a good place, which is optimizing and recalibrating. Do you feel like you can do that without running into a bunch of walls when you're at level 1,000? Or do you still feel like you're really limited and have to be farming resources? I don't remember. Do you guys remember? Anybody have a fresh memory of what it felt like to be 1,000 from a basic resources for optimizing, which is expensive. Even for a rich character, it's expensive. Optimizing is expensive. But as a new player at level 1,000, you're not going to be doing it all the time. But, you know, from time to time, you want to optimize something. And do you have the resources to do it from time to time? At the frequency a 1,000 player would want to do it. I don't remember. I remember the Division 2 used to feel really grindy, though. They did nerf the grind in this game. And I know some of you are still like feeling like it's really grindy, but they did nerf it. Why are hyenas here? Man, I remember spending hours, days, weeks looking for one piece. Trying to get rid of this sniper. Oh, he's a gold. When did he turn gold? Oh my god. Please let me shoot your gun one more time. So, yeah. So if they nerf determined, The problem with nerfing determined or rolling it back to like perfect determined is that it'll break hotshot. Hotshot relies on determined. If you don't have determined, it's just like, it's going to be like breaking point basically. That's the problem with nerfing determined. Otherwise, I don't mind. I don't mind. Perfect determined is not bad. I'll take perfect determined. I'll use it and enjoy it. We had it that way for a while, right? And I still thought it was best in slot when they nerfed it that way. But hotshot became less appealing because it's like hotshot. So if they nerf determined, they need to fix hotshot because hotshot's pretty damn demanding, even for a determined build. It's like, damn, I can't land one air shot. Like, it needs to be consistent with Headhunter, I think. As far as strikers, it would be a bad PR move, for sure. I mean, if they nerf striker, get ready for a conversation from every single player in the game about how tanky the enemies are. Which is not a good discussion. Because that is probably the worst part of the division, too. From a game design perspective. Why are you shooting at me? Is my decoy not out there? Are you guys confused? I got skill tier 2, buddy. I like how you just came out of nowhere. And wow, good job rifling me behind objects. Oh, there's another elite convoy coming. Ah! Max stability pistol, not getting it. Yeah, I've had those days. Look at this Joker. What color am I? Let's reload. He's just going to town up there, isn't he? How big is your mag? That wasn't good enough? That was. He's still at work up there, huh? Come on, Jokers. Another one. Oh, fucking guys. Damn, another gunner? Jesus. I want to do a protest against body flinch. It makes me miss so many shots. You can see me picketing in front of Ubisoft's door. No more body flinch. No more body flinch. No, it's not that it exists. It's that you can't counter it. Look, another heavy gunner too. My medic is getting everybody up. See ya, medic. Fucking boss. You're surviving, man. You're a survivor. You get everybody? Thought there'd be one more. More waves coming from that convoy. Are you running the chest, John Miller? Are you running the chest piece for strikers? If you are, that might be your pain point. Oh, there's a guy alive. Sneaky mix stickers over here. How was that not a kill? Another heavy gunner, of course. Cover me! Oh, great. A shield fucking guy. You guys take the shield guy. I'll be in the back. Checking my Facebook page, which I haven't done in years. I think I'm one of the first people to quit Facebook. Oh, good, it's you. I need your XP, buddy. Damn good job, folks. Yeah, that's probably your problem. It's way too many stacks required for that chest piece. Run obliterate instead, and just make sure your crit chance is at or close to 60. Obliterate is crit demanding. What weapon are you running, or what weapon talent? That could also make a difference. Yeah, where the chest piece does come into play, where like if you're running countdown, you can run the chest piece if you're in the action a lot. But if you're out there doing, you know, the activities. Did we get that? Yeah, if you're out there doing, yeah, we did. If you're out there doing the activities, then, you know, it cools down and then it takes forever to get back up. And then the other is the incursion works really well with that chest piece. You can get it to work in the open world. You can. It depends on the weapon. And if you're running an Ouroboros, you can most definitely get it to work on just about any content. Big mag. It's got big mag for sustainability, and it's got the RPMs to build those stacks. There's some other weapons that can do it too, but that's the easiest one. That was really the game changer for me that the Ouroboros brought. I mean, you could go as far as basically destroying all your other SMGs if you wanted to. If you're one of those kind of players where you're just like, yeah, I'm cool with the SMG department. Sorry. I got one SMG. I'm good to go. You know? Yeah, you can do that. That's how good that gun is. That's a problem, though, right? That's not what you really want to be happening in a game. One gun rules them all, you know. But it's just that it's point and shoot. You don't have to think about your talent. You know, you don't have to think about, and that's the biggest problem with this game is like everything runs on a 5 to 10 second clock. It's the way of keeping us in check. So you're strong sometimes, but not enough to make you feel good. I wish we had ways to get 100% crit chance on weapons, though. You know, like a really good sniper rifle that gives you 100% crit. So obviously we have the diamond back, but the auto targeting takes away its beautiful purpose. If the diamond back just stopped auto targeting, like, it would be a beautiful weapon, you know? How would we fix that? What would it do? Maybe a timer, you know, as long as you're shooting, you're critting. Hey, Swift, can you craft? It's an expensive way to do it, but also possible. Are you planning on using it, Swift, or you just want it for your library? Because if you're not planning on using it, you know, don't break your back. Stability isn't super helpful on pistols, except for maybe the D50, which a lot of people use, so I get it. Welcome to the party. That glass is bulletproof. Matt, appreciate you. Matt Timio. Am I saying that right? Thanks for that sub.
Ha! That's my boy!
Even Tito rolls with it. Good job. Dollar bill, y'all. This one's gonna make my life miserable. I can feel it. Let's give her some fire. I'm taking damage from that thing. Let's kill Mr. Purple over there. This turret's a pain in my rear. That medic is picking people up too, huh? Not anymore. My turret now. So is that one. It's me against the world. Stick and move. Ah, he dodges it. He moves his head. He sees the bullet coming. Is that what's going on? Sometimes you just gotta shoot a fool in the head. Knock him around a little bit. God, thank God for my decoy, man. It makes my life so much better. Oh my God. Where'd that grenade come from? Aha! A survivor. Damn. Somebody was horny. Need to nail this guy. I don't like the sound of that, buddy. Okay, cartwheels. Let's go. That would have been a war crime. If you shoot them when they're running away. Isn't that crazy that that's a crime, right? Like, if a thief breaks into your house and points a gun at you and threatens your life, but if you kill him as he's running away, that you're the one that goes to jail for manslaughter. Isn't that some shit? There's a movie about that. I can't remember the name of it or anything. It's pretty old. It's probably early 2000s. But where the guy was defending his family from a thief, and he hit the guy in the back of the head as he turned and to run away with a baseball bat, and he goes to jail. Did you see that one? And so he goes to jail for 2 years for manslaughter. And to survive in prison, he ends up becoming a hardcore prison. You know, shaves his head and tattoos up, and he had to survive, you know? But yeah, Matt, the season... Oh, sorry, I didn't see your comment there. The season did... the patch did fix a few things. It's playable. I mean, for me, the audio bug was a big deal. There was 2 big bugs in the game that really got me, right? Like, it was just like, come on, guys. One of them was the XP bug, which they did fix eventually. And then the other one was the audio bug. It's just a poor experience of playing a game without a looter shooter without shooting sounds. It's just lame. Who wants to play that kind of game? You know? Ooh, this will be fun. So I think, you know, with those 2 things fixed, the game's not playable. It's not perfect. I mean, some people are really struggling with the control points resetting, and I get that because it is nice to have the jump off points. It's a quality of life thing. And then I think incursions are still resetting too, or whatever you call them. The invaded map, I think it's still resetting. So that's a pain for people, but I'm just kind of avoiding that right now. But there's still things that are broken. So I think the crafting bench is possibly fixed. I mean, they definitely fixed the exploit that was there. So there's that. But there's bugs in the clan XP is not working. And there's a bunch of other stuff. I don't even know if the devs have a full grasp on what's broken and what's not, to be honest with you. I feel like there's so many bugs out there. I feel like they don't, but what do I know? But yeah, it's playable. It's, I mean, some people I've heard are having, it might be just PC, but I've heard some people are still experiencing some server stability issues. I mean, the other day we saw the Asian servers were down. Shotgun guys on my ass. She's a relentless one too. That moving sideways thing just makes her hard to kill. So for me, it's, you know, it's playable now. But for everybody, I'm not so sure. I use it as a farm, Mick. I use it as an open world exotic farm. So I do it on purpose. For the holster. Yeah, the Dodge City is a way that I get, you know, 3 or 4 exotics a week if I'm playing a lot of hours, which I haven't been lately because I've been splitting my time with the first Descendant. But yeah, normally when I'm playing a lot of hours, I get about 3 or 4. But I'm happy if I just get one a week, you know. But yeah, you can get them from any control point now, where you used to have to do this quest, but that quest no longer exists. You can even get the parts in New York. So just named bosses give you a chance to drop them. And sometimes I'll do 4 control points and I'll get all 4 pieces back to back. Okay, come on, man. Seriously? Hold on, let me try to shoot you through this bulletproof bush. Got it. Here's the dog. It might come out of a different hole now. Yeah, it is. Oh, that was a fucking body shot. Oh, they're all blue. Color thing makes it a little bit harder to span them. Oh, thanks for the blind. What is he dodging? Nobody's shooting at you. Why are you dodging? God. I'll take it. Get him out of the way. That tank had a hell of an angle on me, huh? Oh, lame. Oh, you saw me all of a sudden as soon as I went in scope. It's funny how he didn't see me until I scoped in on him. True sons. These used to be really fun, huh? These convoys. I think they need to do more of them. Like, it'd be nice to have like more things around convoys in general in this game. That could be interesting for a shotgun build. 15% more ammo, headshot damage, spotter. I'll keep that one. Maybe on a Thorn build. The problem with Thorn is that it doesn't hold the laser pointer, but something. We can figure something out. Yeah, we've all kind of been there, Matt. Like, yeah. It's hard on a game that you love that just seems so easy to get right, you know? I hate missing my first shot. Yo, but change colors apparently. It's a hell of a nerf, man. don't want to fight that stupid thing. Uh-oh. Is that the fucking chopper? Ah, it is. I think it saw me. There it is. I'd rather fast travel and start over than fight that thing, to be honest with you. You can't even run away from it anymore. You put out a decoy, and it still chases you. Yeah, it does. I mean, I was this is, you know, it's a bad season all around, even besides the bugs, you know, besides the big announcement. You know, it was going to be a quiet season anyways. We kind of knew that, but they didn't have to give us shitty gear to go with it. You know, they didn't have to do that. That was the screw up in my opinion. I know that's with all the big news lately. It's like, be like, really? That's, I get it. I get that. Like, how could you say that, Tux? But it's just like, you know, I firmly believe that the build system in this game goes much farther than the content in which they give us otherwise. I guess that's why, you know. I really believe that, you know, like the Memento, just as an example, Hunter's Fury, you know, when they fixed Striker, you know, these things, like, it just really opened up the game. Content became more fun because of these builds. The same control point or mission that you were playing already became more fun. You know, and that's what I look forward to out of new possibilities because of build or a new shotgun or something, you know. And there was a couple of nice pieces, so I'm not going to rag on it all, but, you know, the gloves were a nice addition. The Eagle's Grasp, I like those. The Thorn was a nice addition. I didn't have much hope in that. I was really surprised. I saw it on that shotgun. I was like, no way. The Spaz. You know, I was just like, God, no, nobody uses that shotgun, really. And it kind of got me to change my opinion on that shotgun all around. Now I'm like, now I want to put pummel on that shotgun. Because I came to the same conclusion about that shotgun as I did with the KSG, which a lot of people don't use that. But for shotgun players, a lot of people, if you're a serious shotgun player, you might really like that one and think it's better. You could argue a case that it's better than, what's the other one? The M870, because of the mag size. So if ammo is always the issue, if reloading is always the issue, then these are your answers. The Spaz and the M870. They're one-shot killers, and they got bigger mags. They each come with their own problems. The Spaz has no mod slots, basically. The KSG shotgun's got an optimal range issue. You got to get really close. And there's a named one that gives you better optimal range, but why would you want to take that over pummel? You wouldn't. You know, so they each bring their own little sets of issues, but that's good too. You know, you want that. because you want to give each weapon an identity. You don't want them all to feel the same. Then you would just have the Ouroboros issue over and over again, which is might as well delete every weapon except for this one. You know, because the Ouroboros poses that problem. Yeah, so they just, you get mileage out of it, but we need other things to do too. We need DLCs, you know, we need map expansions. Or what we always say is replayable content, which is true. But the content we have is replayable. But for how long, right? And so more replayable content, or do we need the ultimate replayable content? And that's probably the answer, right? Like we need the ultimate replayable content. We need something that doesn't quit. That's just like you nailed it, you hit it. This is the one. And the thing is, like, as far as structure in the game, it's there already. You know, you have the countdown map, you have the summit map. You know, so these maps can be repurposed into an amazing replayable loop, so whatever the survival game mode, whatever you want it to be, but these have the structure to do that. Descent also, you know. Descent, it's an interesting case with Descent because you know how we were talking about, you know, the thrill of the kill and you have that excitement meter. And that's the problem with the bullet sponge, you know. But that's also the same problem with Descent because it is fun, but because you have to stop and, you know, the fight is 15 seconds and then you have like 3 minutes in between each fight as you're doing your tasks, you know, loading up on new weapons or whatever, you know, picking your talents, not getting the right talent, re-rolling it. It slows down that pace, and so the fights need to be kind of bigger, more. Yeah, I don't know. The progression needs to be smoother and constant, you know, and that's kind of the problem there, you know. Maybe you need 10 waves, 10 rooms before you change your loadout, but that means your loadout needs to give you more power that lasts longer. It needs to be less detrimental to make a decision based on RNG. So maybe if you took the RNG out of it, right? So what if you took the RNG out of it? That would be kind of cool. You know how you go up to the computer and you re-roll things? So, like, what if you just had access to all the talents, you know? They were all there, but you had limited choices that will to buy you for the next 10 waves, you know, or rooms if you wanted to. But you have to cut down in between the pauses in between the fights. And so that you get all of this action and so that it feels rewarding, not just from a drop perspective, but from an action perspective. You know, take that down because you're like, man, that was a lot of work just to do, you know, 10 loops or 15 loops. That was a lot of work. We're not talking, the fights weren't the work. It was the decision processes and the stopping and the you know, you know what I mean? Spending your currency and, you know, re-rolling things, whatever, you know? I think it'd be interesting, like, if they, yeah, I mean, like, that was your form of survival. I mean, because I don't play Division 1, so I get you there, and I know a lot of people love that, but it's also kind of tedious to have to, like, drink water and, like, eat food, and I personally, I don't want to do that. I don't want to get into that survival. I want my survival to be about fighting, you know, and that's why I like those horde modes, you know, because it's your build that you have, and then the synergy between your team and then your strategy that gets you through it. But so that's a survival mode. But what if you know, we had it in the Descent where you walked up into this panel and be like, okay, I'm going to start off with this, 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 and this. The first 10 waves are going to be easy. We're going to slaughter. And then next checkpoint, right? And then they give you the same board with all the talents. And you're like, okay, and you can either stack some of those or you can choose different ones. You know, but they give you enough choices to allow you to progress through the next 10. And then rinse and repeat, you know. But then that way you're getting a lot of action and you're still getting the same satisfaction of this cool build. And the 10 waves that you just did is earned it, you know. So you're earning it through the 10 waves and you're spending it all at once. You're earning it through the 10 waves. So you just constant action and, you know, you're getting whatever it takes to kill 10 waves. I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes of action, straight action though, right? No stopping. It's 10 minutes of straight action. The same time it takes us to complete a whole mission in the open world, about 15 minutes, right? So if you go take on whatever mission, Air and Space Museum, it's gonna take you 10 to 15 minutes, about 15 minutes. You know, so, you know, they should give us that level of action in the game. You know, just this constant flow of 15 minutes. I mean, that would feel exciting. 15 minutes of straight action would be intense. It would be intense. Because even if you do Viewpoint Mission Museum, you're doing a lot of running around. You kill 5 guys, you have to wait for the next spawn and, you know, go push a button over here, go climb this over there. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's all, you know, part of mission structure. But with the Descent, it could be constant 10 minutes of action. It'll be fun. It'll be really exciting. And I feel like it wouldn't break the game structure too much, you know what I mean? Like, they could even keep the room concept, you know? Clear the room, move to the next one. Clear the room to the next one. You know what I mean? But just decrease all the stop to think about your build stuff and whatever. I know. Well, that's the thing. Like with these developers, they try to make something really unique, and I commend them for that. But a lot of that overachieving unique thing is why it's not super appealing. It's just like there's a little bit too much. They simplify it, you know. The game is unique enough. The build structure is unique enough. This is a cool game. I mean, the shooting feels great, you know. The world feels great. The enemies are tough. You got a variety of them. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. It'd be great to see what they do with the seasonal character thing. I mean, they have a goal. They want to create a fresh experience for us. So that's cool, you know. So let's see if they keep to that goal. Yeah, and part of the reason why it doesn't work is because they have absolutely no player feedback in on it. I mean, I think they have a bunch of yes guys that go in there to test it. You know what I mean? Because so some content creators, they're usually under NDA, so you can't hear them, but they are invited over to the Ubisoft studio to play the new game mode. You know, you'll hear them mention it slightly, like way after the fact, like, oh yeah, I went to Ubisoft and, you know, I tested this game mode and early on and whatever. Or maybe it's a new launch of a title, you know, and then I'm sure they're gathering feedback off of that. And I think everybody's like, yeah, it's awesome, man. You know, but in the reality is because it's like, if you really want feedback, these people have to have time into the game. This is not, you know, hey, put in 4 hours and tell me what you think. I mean, first impressions and in-depth feedback are just two very different things, you know? And, you know, even from YouTubers, you see a mixture of both, but the ones, reviews I like are the guys that are constant. So they'll update their feedback, you know? If they're going to give that jump, if I'm going to jump on the, I got to get my video out first bandwagon, you know what I mean? Which a lot of people do, I get it. But like, so they'll do that, right? Day one and be like, oh man, this game is awesome. It's awesome, you know? And then, you know, 3 days later, they'll put out another video that's also about first impressions, but it changed, you know? hey, this is what I've learned. This is how I feel about it now. And that's why you see that on many, many new games. You know, you have a first impressions video, you have a 40 hours video, which is basically where I'm at. And then you have the 100 hours final. That's usually the final video, you know, and maybe you'll see one at a year later, you know, a year later. What do I think now? You know, if you're still playing the game, that's damn good news. You know what I mean? So if you've gotten that far, but 100 hours, sinking 100 hours into a game from a person whose job is to play video games is nothing, right? So 100 hours into a game means, like, you know, hey, I've already cracked this egg, and now, you know, now I got to make the omelet. And that's, so, you know, that's all 100 hours says. You know, I downloaded the fucking game, I started it, you know, let's see where it goes. 100 hours goes by like nothing, you know, for a gamer. I mean, I'm close to 100 hours in the game, you know. And then at this stage, I would just want to put out a video that's really helpful to the community. You know, I'm not so sure I want to convince people to play it. I think, you know, we could just show that, not tell, you know. But at 100, but I think where I'm at now, I think most of it's like, hey, I think it's about the grind, how that relates to the monetization system. And that you have to be this mentality to really enjoy this game. You know, you have to be a certain brain style of playing to be this game, because there is action. There's lots of action, but the game really expands on the builds, and the builds are based off of the grind. And you kind of got to love the grind. You know? And that's why we get into looter shooters, believe it or not. The looting is, you don't want the looting to just drop, right? It takes the fun out of it. I mean, like, so I'm kind of in this weird place with the Division 2 because I've been playing for almost 6 years, whatever it's been. But, you know, Countdown trivializes, that's a word, the farming, you know? So with Countdown is your answer to everything. Not just based on drops, but on materials. So if you go in there to farm breakpoint, you don't get it. Well, you're getting materials that you were crushing along the way. So now you can go to the crafting bench and craft it. You know, so it's just it takes the farming out of anything. The open world stuff, might as well not have loot in the open world. Might as well convert it all to resources. Fuck it, you know? Well, you can't do that because not everybody wants to play Countdown. But the problem with Countdown is it's an 8-person game mode, and you need that same solution without 8 people. Yeah, don't you think you gotta love the grind? I love the grind, you know? What I wish the Division 2 had, like with the first Descendant, this is what I like about the first Descendant, and some of the stuff I talk about for the first Descendant is because it's my way of also driving feedback into the Division 2. But because, you know, it's something else. It's a new experience for me. It's coming from a different light. You know, and I was like that with Starfield too, if you remember that when I was playing Starfield. I was like, ooh, I really like this about Starfield. I wish they had it in Division 2. Just was this one element. You know, and so, but what I like, so in the Division 2, we have these projects, right? And it's basically a recipe, and what you're baking are the rewards. And so you go off and you check off the list, check off your list of the recipe, and, you know, and then stick it in the oven, and then you're going to come out with these rewards at the end, right? And so the first Descendant does that too, but the recipe and the connection is much more intense. You know, this is a simple checklist, you know, but in the first Descendant, there's many more ways to get your baked item. Let's call it a pie. So there's many ways to get your pie. There's not just one way. So you have to look at which way you want to do, because they all get you there. Some of it's a difference of odds, chances against RNG. Some of it's, you know, well, can I be multitasking? I love that, you know? So yes, I want to get to my ultimate Viesa blueprint, but while I'm there, I might as well try to get this, what do you call it? Transcendent mod, which is like an exotic mod at the same time. Since I'm since I have the option to rerun that mission over and over again, I might as well be farming for 3 things at once. So if I fail on getting the first one, then I get the second one. You know, at least I get the second one. And if I keep playing that mission, here's the thing. So this is where all the layers come together. If I keep playing that same mission and I keep failing to get my priority item, which is the Viesa thing, and I keep getting the Transcendent mod like a super lucky dude and keep getting it over and over and over again, even though it's only got a 20% drop rate, but I keep getting it over and over again, like I should go to Vegas, that's not a bad thing. Because you can merge these mods, and these are the mechanics to that grind. That's part of the grind. They gave it a purpose. So you can, so some people are like, oh, it's obvious. How cool is that you can merge these mods? That's cool from a front perspective. But if you look at it from a game structural perspective, everything you do in the game goes to something. You know what I mean? So even though you're getting or maybe it's an ultimate mod, doesn't even have to be a transcendent. Maybe you're getting the same mod over and over again as you're looking for that blueprint. Remember, you can go now to your base of operations and you can smash those things together and roll the dice to get a transcendent or an ultimate mod that you don't already have. It allows you to merge duplicates and roll the dice for something you don't have, you know, and maybe you get another duplicate. Fine, but it doesn't all go to waste, you know. So there's a lot of people that say that, oh, they got that mod by combining other mods instead of farming it. So it does happen, you know. You win some, you lose some, but the losing some can feel less painful if you multitask your grind, you know. And so then if you don't get even if you don't get the mod, there's other things there. Well, I'm getting level 100 gear, or I'm getting materials that I also need in order to farm Catylst. So it's not going to waste that I'm doing the same task over and over again, because I really want those Catylsts too. They're very important, you know. I've had bad RNG on things too. I mean, the other day, or even yesterday, I was farming for this one Viesa piece, you know, on the blueprint. And I kept cracking it open. First of all, I had to fight the same mission, and it wouldn't drop every time because I'm going for an ultimate. It wouldn't drop every time. So when I would finally get it, I go to crack it open, and I get some blueprint for an ultimate weapon. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I grind the same mission over and over again. I finally get another one. I go back over there, and I get the same blueprint. It's like, holy. And then I do it again. Guess what I get? The same blueprint. You know what I mean? So I experience the same bad RNG I think anybody else does. It's hit or miss, you know? But the point is that I like having this, more of this recipe and multiple paths and being able to choose your path on most things, not everything. On most things, being able to choose your path and trying to make that logical decision, and that's all personal. Like for me, you know, I know one day I'm gonna want that Volby build, and I see that there's a Volby mod here that's really attractive. And so the part of the problem with that is, like, you know, you also have to have a really good awareness on what's out there, you know, what's out there, right? Like some people, you might see a Volby mod there, but you might not know it's a good one. And so you're gonna ignore that detail, you know? So there's like a lot of research outside of playing the game that you have to stay fresh on. And so I think I'm gonna try to help do that and say, hey, look, be aware of these mods if you want to play this way. These are really good mods. They come into play with this build, and this build. I don't need to walk you through the whole build right now. I just want you to know that these are mods to farm, because if you're multitasking your farms, you could be earning these while you're doing that, and it's not going to feel so bad when you don't get your main component, because you might also get this, you know. But this one mod I discovered that HP oversupply, maximum HP, I think is what it's called, maximized HP. I mean, that fucking mod, it changed my game. I have no health, I have no white bar, it's all red, and I can take punches from a boss, you know. What up, Chalky Starfish? I haven't seen you in a minute. And so this is kind of similar what we're looking at here with these projects. And the closest thing we have to it are like the Chatterbox and the Nemesis. The Nemesis especially, because Nemesis works off of the rotation on these things. So sometimes, like, it's multi-weeks. You can't, many times, it's probably possible, I'm not 100% sure, but to farm the Nemesis straight through, it's mostly not possible, because all of these things have to line up for you, you know? Because certain invaded missions will give you certain parts. It's been a long time since I've done that mission, but and then you need the Adrestia, I think, to even open up the possibility. I think you have to start with the Adrestia if I remember right, and then you get your other parts. I can't remember though. So, but that's the type of grind the entire first Descendant is. It's a multi-step process that you may or may not be able to complete in a single day. RNG, but the difference is that it's not a map rotation so much as it is RNG, you know? And that's why it's kind of neat to have multiple projects going at the same time, because sometimes, yeah, that's true, Grumps. Sometimes two projects will cross over on the same mission, especially when it comes to outposts. So those outposts where you're farming patterns, sometimes materials, you know, the 5-minute timer thing, hate that. But many missions require those. Many crafting things require those. Many blueprints require those. Many of them are open to doing any of those. Many of them are limited to a certain few, but often cross over each other. So if you look at pattern 42, for example, just throwing a random number out there, you'll see that it can give you epic, ultimate lepic. It can give you the final defeat, exotic weapon. It can give you the whatever, you know, there's like 5 things, right? And so many times they cross over all from the same location. So if you have multiple projects, if you can line that up, that's pretty cool, you know? I think where the grind's going to get really tough is when you get down to the very last specific thing, you know? So those tough items, you kind of want to get first. Like the Python SMG, you want to get that early in the game. Yeah, totally. The Python is one of them. That's why I'm mentioning it. So the Pythons, the things that it requires you to do, line up with the ultimate Descendant grinds. The same locations, the same patterns that you have to morph. So if what ends up happening is, like for me, this is what I found. So I was going for an ultimate Viessa pattern and I got a Python pattern instead. And I was like, oh yes, because I've been hearing people complaining about how hard it is to get the Python. And the same thing with the sniper rifles, exactly. I'm getting sniper rifle blueprints also. And I'm getting Catylst blueprints. So the materials for the Catylst, super easy. Super easy. And that's why you're seeing dudes with like maxed out Catylst, because they figured that all out. You know? It's the blueprint that's the hard thing. It's not the worst though. Some places give you a 20% chance at getting that blueprint. So it's not the worst thing. But if you're farming for an ultimate or maybe one of those guns and you don't get that pattern, you might accidentally get a Catylst. And that's what's happening to me. So I accidentally get a Catylst. So I'm starting to have multiple Catalysts stacked up on the back burner. So I have multiple blueprints just sitting around, you know. And I'm not wanting to spend them right now because I'm figuring out like this whole ultimate and regular Descendant pattern, which is like, I think you only want the ultimates on who you want, you know? And if you can skip the regular Descendant, then why? Like Volby's one of them, right? Like Volby's really good. I mean, it's coming down to, I think she might be one of the best well-rounded players also. She's got high crits, amazing crits, and she does AoE, you know? So that's pretty cool. I haven't used her yet, though. I do have her unlocked. But do I want to invest in her? Should I have even grinded for her? If you knew that Volby was good, and if you trust people's opinions, why not just wait for the ultimate and just go straight for that fucking grind? You know, but what ends up happening is you're going to unlock Volby anyways. That's what happened to me. Volby wasn't even a grind. She wasn't even a grind. Basically passive, you know. It took us 6 hours. You know, it was a little bit of a grind. You know, but most of it was unlocked for us, you know. But I would like some of that, you know, my point is really though, it's the build structure, right? It's the complicated build structure. You feel like you need a PhD, but it comes down, becomes second nature, just like the Division 2 did. It's a matter of time. And I know, like, the Division 2 feels very painful when you first start, you know, like, oh my God, there's so much to these builds. What do I need to know? A lot, actually. Are you going to go for Ultimate Glay straight away, or are you going to do Glay first? You see, that's the question. I gotta say though, Glay can also be a little bit of annoyance, and a Glay bunny combo is bad. So this is what the report is. So if there's a bunny on your team and you're using Glay, then bunny is stealing your kills, making it harder for you to perform as Glay. But Glay, I feel like is a really good boss killer. Definitely helpful there. You know what I mean? Also, of course, in game modes, but you just have to be careful about that. But I wonder myself, like, do I just go for the ultimate Glay? Because I know she's going to be really good at boss killing. She's amazing at boss killing. Put her with the Python. But when you look at your Glay, this is the challenge, right, Gruffy? This is like, I go here too. When you're playing and then you're like, oh, I want to grind for ultimate Glay now. But then you look at your Glay and you're like, shit, I practically have her unlocked. She's already unlocked. This is kind of where I'm settling. Like, I think, you know, so I'm still in process here mentally. But what I think is, I think ultimates are a bloated concept. I think that you only use them on you only go for them on your favorite. So like this one guy goes around and unlocks every ultimate. Like, why? You know, like, I guess he's one of those that has to have everything. Yeah, Epic looks cool. I hear a lot of people saying good things about him too. I haven't been paying attention to him too much though. I get so much of my sites right now. Because right now I'm farming the Python. I want those snipers for Sharon especially, even though I know they're also good on Enzo and Glay. But I think that's the role I'm going to give Sharon. I'm going to give her a strong sniper build. That's what I'm going to play with her. It just lines up with her RPG. Her character. Then I'll probably use the explosives for Glay, and, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do with Enzo, but he's something like that too. You know, he's going to be unlimited ammo on something, you know. Enzo is he is a must-have character though, for sure. Those vaults are serious Kuiper farms. And you'll be surprised on how many keys you have over time. But, you know, you can pull 75,000 Kuiper out of one of those. I mean, that's a lot of mod upgrades, you know. Did we reset the map already? Did I? I thought I did. Let me reset that. Yeah. Yeah, you see the point of the roster, don't you? But also just for the fun of changing it up. I mean, Glay is kind of annoying in mission. Like, it's kind of annoying for other players too. Like, you know, because those explosions, that explosion spam, and you literally can't see. And it's, you know, for team play, it's not that great to nerf other players just because you can. You know what I mean? Like, you can run solo. You know what I mean? If you just want to, you know, do that. And so I think like, you know, she does make really good use cases though for bosses and named enemies. But for general content, I don't think I would use her too much for that. I think it's nice to have like really cool, well-rounded characters also. You know, your general character, who's that going to be? You know, for me, it's probably going to be Viessa, and that's why I'm going for her ultimate. So I feel like the ultimate exists, first of all, And she's gonna be the one for me. She's the one. And so another thing you might want to look at are the available Transcendent mods. Like what can she do with Transcendent mods? Any character. Because that could help, you know, because then you're not also just locked into one build. You might be able to explore a lot more with one ultimate than another, depending on what options they give you. Enough, enough. Okay, these voices are annoying. Please don't get me with that grenade. You're dead. The quarterback is toast. Oh, that one too, huh? Fuckers. I would have moved, but it just didn't look like she was going to hit me with that fucking grenade. She shouldn't have been able to. It was just ridiculous. I was like, nah. Sometimes I stand there and watch because I'm just like, I know I'm going to catch on fire if it does land, but I just got to see if you're going to fucking do it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. Like Bunny, but I think Bunny is so strong. I'm almost like set on this. You know, Bunny is so fucking ridiculously strong that you don't need to load any catalysts or anything like that in her, you know? This guy who farmed every single ultimate said, you know, people were asking him for advice, and I think it was a Reddit post, and he said his only advice was, you know, I don't have much advice, you know, but just make sure that your first build is just strong enough to allow you to farm everything that you need to farm, you know? So one character, and so I think that's where he invested all his catalysts, which is smart, you know? But he put all his catalysts into one character. That's annoying that I missed every shot on him. And his energy activators too, I'm pretty sure. I need unlimited decoys with this build. This is ridiculous. Yeah, so, I mean, I know Ultimate Bunny feels like it's the thing you gotta have in this game, but I don't think so. I think the Bunny's gonna, I think probably, this is a prediction. I think she's gonna feel old after a while. I think people are gonna realize that she dumbs down the game too much. She's a cool character and I like her, but I don't find her that fun to use. At first, I thought she was pretty darn cool, and then the excitement you kind of get over it, right? Like, you're just running circles, not shooting your gun, which is really helpful for farming, I agree, but I don't even like to farm with her because I also want to kill things with my gun during farming sessions. Like, why not have more fun while farming, you know? Some people all are about for speed, but that's never been me, really, you know? It's not that important to me in life to have the max, you know? That's why I never did Summit Floor 10, you know? I did it like once or twice just to test it, but never really got into it. Because it's just like, I just can't do that. I got to play the game, you know? And it's not that I don't see value in it, but it's just not that important for me to get the expertise. That's why people did it mostly, right? And that's why people were farming exotic components, ultimately for their expertise, but I still want to be playing the game. I just want to, you know, make better use of those hours. But grinding, you know, so there's the grind, but it can feel worse. It can feel worse, right? The grinding in any game in the Division 2, like resource grinding when you have to go around opening caches, like that sucks, right? Like I don't want to open a cache. I want to kill something to get something. And so, you know, there's people running around with their bunny character, spending, you know, 200 hours just on that character, running around. I just can't do it. Even though I know she makes things easy. So that's my challenge with bunny. I think that the more serious players are people that really enjoy the game, is what I mean. That aren't just casually strolling through, are going to probably not be using bunny so much, unless they have to. I think they're going to get into plays. I think they're going to get into the more technical aspects of the characters. You can only run in circles so much, right? I'm already seeing it, as a matter of fact, especially in hard mode. I'm seeing a lot of players in there not using bunny. I see Volby on a regular basis. I see all of them, really. I even see Sharon from time to time. You see Enzo's. You see Blair. I see Blair more than I would expect, which is kind of what's got me interested in him, because I see some of his talents being used. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. He could do that. I see him used pretty well on bossing, too. On certain bosses, you know how they get the healers above their head? You know, he can like nuke those in a single shot. Very helpful for the rest of the team, because you can spend 5 minutes trying to land those little shots on those tiny suckers. Ajax is more your jam for the regular. What about him versus Kyle? Do you feel like they're really close? Kyle likes the body slam more, though, doesn't he? This medic. Let's get him out of the way. I have no head. I have no head. Felt like it was on. There we go. Let's go get some XP. And some gear. I know they should just name her Elsa. Huh? Yeah, I don't pay attention to his what else he can do. Like I just haven't been following him that closely. Because I had my eyes set on Viessa right away, you know what I mean? And then I started using her, and I just haven't had time. Because I know Ajax is like not in my near future because of, you know, once your first character grind thing. But what I see a lot out of him, so this is all I'm aware, are the walls, right? So he's got the one that goes directly in front of you. And then there's the dome, which are both really helpful. The one thing, have you seen this one? The purple wall that travels with you that he puts up. It's a shield. It's like a purple electric shield that stays in front of him so you can move while deploying the shield. Have you seen that one? Or is that Kyle that does that? Yeah, see, I have him confused then. It's something. Yeah. I mean, it's a blue wall. Is it Kyle? Yeah, okay. So I just don't know what his other capabilities are, because that's the only one that I see all the time from Ajax are the, you know, those two walls. But I feel like there's something that jumps, that he does when he jumps on your head, right? I thought it was going to be a Transcendent mod for Ajax, maybe. How many Hercules leg? Oh, we haven't done the Hercules leg, huh? Oh, it's all in New York, and it's for a stupid lion. Lion isn't as cool. I liked last season's, you know, with the glowing things. Hulk Smash. That's the other one. What is his passive? The Transcendent mods are a trip. They're a trip on these things, you know, because a lot of them will change up one of your skills and turn it to something completely different. Yeah, one of the things I suggest, like when you get to level 100, as soon as you can, the bosses are quite important because they're the ones that deliver the named gear sets. Those are, or really external components, I guess is what they're called. But those are game changers, man. Look at those when you know, they're game changers. Yeah, let's get that foamer out of the way, I guess. The ultimate foamer, I guess. I've got somebody behind us. Oh, I had that. Oh, of course. Ah, fucking that back and forth little wave he did fucked me up. Jesus Christ. There's also a talent or a mod that you can get called the Firing Fiesta. Have you seen that one? Is that not his head? Here he comes. It's glitching though. Come on. Fuck it. That's one of those side effects of being bullet spongy. Sit there out of cover, taking a bunch of damage, and just twitch like a meth head. Another convoy. Busy convoys. He jumped over that so fast. It's weird. Convoys come and go. I used to feel like they were always there, but over the last couple of months, I feel like, man, I haven't seen a lot of convoys. There was a point in the game where I felt like I couldn't stop running into them. Aw, lame. Busy times. Aww. Give me somebody to shoot. Oh, there's somebody. Look at that. Look at that, little fucker. He's a bobblehead. What? 30 million body shot. Awesomeness. I like that cause and effect action that they have. Like when you shoot one of their allies, that they'll stop shooting and they'll look at the ally that just got killed. That's such a... I use that to my benefit all the time. Like the boss that just did it. I shot the guy over there. She stopped shooting to go to look at her dead homie. Because it keeps them still for a second, you know? It's a nice status effect. Or like if you shoot the person behind them, they'll turn around and they'll look behind them. Yay, XP for me! Yeah, but that auto reload on kill is worth it. You know, it's fun. It's fun. Remember, skill builds will really work for this. We'll run a skill build later on. Not today. A scalpel skill build would be cool here because you won't need a lot of ammo. And you'll have your power-ups to make the scalpel strong. We get it all? Oh, cool. You get enhanced skills. Gotcha. The Thunder Cage is interesting, by the way. If you guys haven't seen some of this, like the Thunder Cage farming, if you want repeat Thunder Cages to put it on overcharge, it crosses over with a lot of some of these Transcendent mods and stuff like that. So it's a nice one to check off your list early on. Cool, it's midnight, so I'm gonna sign off here, folks, and work on a video for tomorrow. A couple of them, actually. So I will catch you tomorrow. We will have more fun together. Thanks for hanging with me. I'll see you then.